that with coffee.
I don't drink caffeine.
Easy fix.
Oh,
That's
I mean,
probably
it's
good, honestly.
right. It's healthier for you.
I mean,
I wish
I'll have like
caffeine did
a,
something other than make me tired.
I'll have like a Mexican Coke during like holidays, or maybe like a Mountain Dew or a Mellow Yellow once in a while. But other than that, it's no caffeine.
Oh, there's no caffeine.
I'm here for a good time, not a long time.
Same.
Right.
I
Like-
I have these like little flavor packets that I put in a liter of water that are like 240 milligrams of caffeine, vitamin B12, B6, all this stuff, all the energy mixtures. I go through 2 of them a day, every day, without
Jesus.
fail. Yeah.
Better than it used to be.
However, I have the heart of a 33-year-old, according to my watch. So I'm not dead yet. I ain't dying yet.
Let me take those.
I need to buy a thing for my chair so I can scoot in and out freely. I'm up to carpet now.
You got carpets.
Scoot.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know those little like thing that got the teeth on the bottom and they're flat plastic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
you-
need.
you
I
put
need
those on
one of
carpets
those.
so that you can roll around in your wheelie chair without it getting caught in the. All right, enough. Let's see. Cool. Just getting here. All right, so last game was another relatively relaxing game following the brutal sessions of assaulting Oberon within the former camp of the Free Fae, and then the fall over Austrasalian, assaulting Titania within her castle. It was a series of events that took it out of you guys. So you've been just enjoying taking things a little slower. In last session, we picked up following a drunken night within the Morning Wood, here within the city of Sarnau. Most of you within the estate of Bastille. You guys woke, did your morning training. Speaking of which, Oni, you can roll yours at any time since you weren't here. We had you do your training and figured you'd roll it. Ken
okay.
used his Lesser Restoration spell to relieve himself of the hangover from the day before and to allow himself to clearly and
No.
precisely.
Tragic.
Oh, that's just 1d6. Precisely work on his project, the new thing that has his focus for the day. Aerith stepped into the book dimension in the hopes of cleaning up the mess that had been made by the transfer of Titania's library from Nimur's mansion into the book dimension, only to find that the dimension was pristine and clean. You panicked a little bit and then decided to see if maybe it just cleaned itself. And so you remembered back to the one title of the book that you pulled from the wall, and though it had been written in ancient Elvish, the name translated itself to Girls of the Eternal. And so you set off to find the book. And find it you did. A pristine, brand new, crisp copy of it presented itself from the bookshelf in the wall, and you realized that the books didn't actually make it. This is probably just what the book dimension does, is it creates knowledge books for you to read. So dismayed, you spent the rest of your morning focusing instead on a new project and opted to do a little bit of research into something far more complicated. And you were rewarded by finding a journal of a scholar from centuries ago that spoke on methodologies of sealing a goddess. You transferred that information, first asking about the book dimension in your Ogma journal, but then about the journal that you found in the Ogma journal, before stepping out into Bastille's estate to join the rest of your allies. Rose, you felt a little bit of a ping from the necklace that contains the soul of Hibisia, but their sheer force of
Wait.
will once again kept him contained. See, going through. Sure, making sure. Yeah. You then went into the bedroom of Bastille and began the ceremony to withdraw the winter essence from him. And as Thorn tentatively stood by his bedside, was obviously very nervous, you pulled that thread of snow and white and light blue energy from him, and as his exterior began to petrify and encase in that shale of stone, the Heart of Life was completed, as the fourth and final Archfey's power was drawn into it. He then took out, I think Ken, if I remember correctly, took out a small hammer and used that to chisel away the stone from around Bastille's face, only to find it very thin and easily broken away.
No, I believe that was either Aerith or Rose that kind of just. No, it was Aerith because they took the hilt of their gunblade and.
That's it. Bonked. That was it.
I was just like,
That was
tink.
it. Tink.
Tink.
As Thorn looked at the face of his father, unchanged in this transformation, he reached out and quietly spoke, Dad. Not even his name, but just the honorific that he knows him as. And as Bastille's eyes glittered to open slowly, he seemed to instantly recognize his son. He had all memory of himself, and even his own name was the same. Bastille. A interjection from the Heart of Life, as the Heart of Life saw some confusion there within the room, and the spirit of Aoife alerted you all that the spirit of winter itself takes the form of the the Fae that wields it. It is itself more like a sleeping bear, hibernating and surviving. It thanked you for bringing it back together and fulfilling a destiny that it had foreseen so long ago, and assured you that even if this stone were to leave the Feywild, enough of its essence remains that it's not going to explode. At least it tried to. There was definitely some concern about exploding Feywilds for you guys to take the stone with you. But given the successful events there, you left Thorn to reminisce and talk with his father. Harrow joined them, and Tasmakella I think she stayed in the room there with them to keep them company, while the rest of you returned to the main sitting area to discuss what you would be doing next. Ken reached out to Mia to alert her that the stone was completed, and to see if she could get to the Feywild. But unfortunately, she had no access into the Feywild, no means of getting here. And so Nicholas reached out to coordinate meeting instead. Coordinate meeting instead in the material plane. You let him know that you'd be there probably within the next couple hours, and then turned to your mornings. Let's see.
I got my last Vanguard action.
You did. You got your final Vanguard action. I'm looking through right now.
Made the wedding ring.
Mm-hmm. She had a good training morning, finding that nat 20.
After saying goodbye to
Yes.
I forgot her
Saying
name.
goodbye to
Caraway.
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 Awoken within the second floor of the morning wood, having a
After having a good
rigorous
night.
and restful evening. Yes.
Don't chicken
let's- You all then gathered your things together, and having your plans to meet Mia and Nicholas within Eriabor within the next couple hours, returned to the material plane. You arrived within the guild hall of Eriabor to a surprised and confused, but definitely wishes it was Mia chat, as Rose immediately fell back into old habits and started picking on him. Koro entered to speak with Emmeline about the project that she has been working on here in the guild hall, and caught up a little bit with Takashi. And I believe at the end, Rose had stepped into Emmeline's office following Koro and actually breaking your way into Emmeline's office.
He locked the door in my face.
He did. You weren't supposed to follow him. Um, the rest of you stood out in the main entryway, and as you looked upon a plane shift happening from the other side, normally this dome of reality constructing itself around you, you could instead see the shimmering dome from the outside, this white light that kind of filled the space. And as the barrier faded away, you saw Nicholas and Mia standing side by side. And as Mia swung around, she looked over and saw Ken. Her eyes went wide, her grin ear to ear, and she leapt across the room screaming, "Ken!" and leapt with her arms around his neck. And that was where we left off last game. So as we pick up here within the main hall, what do you guys want to do?
I'm just enjoying the moment.
She is too. She kind of just like squeezes you tighter and just rests a little bit on your neck. Doesn't say anything. You just kind of feel that warmth. Nicholas looks over each of you. It's good to see you all again.
Now, hey Nick, how's everything been?
Oh, busy, busy, busy. How about you all? You look, well, fine, but exhausted.
Yeah, that's what, stopping a civil war in the Feywild would do.
I heard.
But yeah, we're fine for the most part. Um, shit, Rose has the crystal. Rose, I think Rose went to check on Emmeline and Burrow, but they have the crystal. I guess I'll just let Mia just be latched onto me while I guess I'll try to go back to the office to grab the crystal and give it to Nick.
Okay. As you kind of like walk across the room, Mia just keeps one arm around your neck, and just sort of like leans on your shoulder. You head across the room. Chad looks up from his desk and smiles and waves at Mia, and she raised one hand rapidly back, forth at him. You walk up to the door and knock. Rose, from within, the conversation has been... Roll me an insight check, actually. Okay, 30-20. You entered into this office, and you were here about a week ago when you showed up here to initially seek the Wanderer's aid with your Feywild antics. And when you asked Chad where Emmeline was, she pointed to Hadrian's office, and you thought that was weird, but maybe she was just helping out. So you went in, and Emmeline seemed busy and tired, and alerted you that the Wanderers were just there and were just on their way out. You didn't really have much time
Literally
to talk to her.
leaving.
Yeah, you were in and out the door. And now as you sit here, you kind of look around. Hadrian's sword is gone. The books on the shelves are much more neatly organized. The desk seems much more tidy. There is no smell of cigar smoke in the air, though he always kept the window open to help try to air it out. It's not here at all. And Emmeline's been sitting at this desk with Koro on the other side, talking about digging a hole beneath the guild hall to build a sewer system. And as Koro makes this impassioned plea, this woman that you've met a couple times maybe, about how it would improve the lives of everyone within the guild hall and would attract higher tier adventurers, you could just see Emmeline's weariness growing on her face. And then you hear knock, knock, knock at the door. And Emmeline just sort of leans forward and goes, "Yes, come on in." Ken, you open the door with Mia still around your neck. and look over, and Rose is kind of like half sitting, half leaning on one of the tables on the far wall to your left. Koro is sitting in one of the two guest chairs, and on the far side of the room is Emmeline sitting kind of with her elbows on the table, half leaned over towards Koro, a look of weariness on her face. Morning, Ken. Koro, I know how much this all means to you. I really do. And I appreciate how much you're putting into this, but I think I need to put a pin in this for just, let's say, 2 hours. Give me a moment, and just go get something to eat and come back. And Koro just kind of sits back, a little, like, stiffer. All right. Stands up and looks at Rose, kind of gives you a little nod, and looks at Ken and gives you a nod. Goes, I'll be back in a few hours then. If you can, look at the papers if I have a moment. I promise. She kind of just like picks them up and puts them off to the side. Motions for Ken to sit down with Mia in her seats.
As soon as Koro leaves, Rose kind of sits forward a little bit. Just, why don't you just tell her no? That is probably the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
As she's leaving, or as the door closes?
As the door closes.
Okay. Emily kind of just shakes her head because it's not necessarily a bad idea, and she has some good points, but
She wants to dig a hole straight down through the ground, like, at least... How far down would that go? A mile?
no,
Straight down.
1,000 feet, I think, but still too far. She's got other ideas, a serpentine network.
So she doesn't have to shit in a pot.
Yeah. Kind of just like looks at you like, I understand both sides of the argument. Anyway, what's going on, Ken?
Oh, I just got back. I didn't realize he was already there.
Yes, sorry. There was just a catching up of Koro pitching of the sewer plans to Emmeline Rose, not really understanding what Emmeline's doing in Hadrian's office, maybe inciting that it's not Hadrian's office anymore. And then you knocked on the door. She brought you in. Koro has now left after being asked to come back in a couple hours so that Emmeline can deal with more pressing issues at the moment.
Hey, Em. Long time no see. Hope everything's been okay.
Oh, busy. How about y'all? You been good?
Define good.
Mia kind of just smiles. It's like, I've been good. A little bored, but good.
Well, at least you're okay. But I'm sorry. He's gonna pull out his mission report that he just finished. Gives that to Emmeline.
All right.
That's everything that's been happening with us up until recently. I'm sure I'll let you figure out what information to divulge publicly and what to keep to the coalition.
Right. Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and tell you not a lot of it has to do with you. So, that's good, right?
She's kind of like flipping through it. Oh, fuck. Okay. All right. Cliff notes. Are we looking at any impacts on our end here? Anything changing here for me that I should be worried about?
Likely.
Roll me a persuasion check. What were you saying, Ken?
I was going to say, the impact here. Probably not.
Roll me a persuasion check. And she looks over at Rose and kind of like narrows her eyes, like looks at you and nods. All right. Well, that's comforting at least. Things have stayed pretty quiet here. It's Colt left about a month ago, so as long as the Feywild ain't coming next, I think we have a chance to recover.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we left some good people back there to handle it, so I'm sure they got it. Also, Rose, Nick is outside. Um, I I came here to grab the crystal from you.
I just need 1 second.
Great.
The idea of the Feywild showing up just in the same way that we have a little Avernus. Imagine if we had a little Feywild showing up somewhere else.
What's the worst that could happen?
A little chaotic domain popping up in a city that was normal until a few days ago, and suddenly there's just all 4 seasons all at once.
Yeah. We've decided we no longer like the Feywild, and we will be living here from now on.
What if we prank Zariel, and when we find the door that she's looking for, we open up another door directly in front of it, so she funnels her people out of there into a completely different plane, and we solve 2 problems at once.
Just right in front of it, like when Aerith put the door in front of the other
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
door.
Yes, I'm sure that'll work, because it worked so well last time.
Yeah, I mean it did until you didn't dispel the thing and make sure that the book stayed in there.
I'm sure someone will notice the giant pile of Titania's smut.
Probably. Did you ask Taz or Thorn to pick them up for you, or are they just there?
I think they're just there. Things were getting
Well, just-
emotional before we left.
Just send them and have them over the course of a few days write all the names down. That way you can go into the book dimension with the names and find the pristine versions of the books.
There you go.
It's
Alright, I'm back.
true.
It's not a terrible idea.
Oh no.
It would just take multiple sendings because I assume
Yeah.
several hundred books worth are going to take a couple days of 25 words or less.
I think I don't
Every
know
day
if it'll
Taz
work.
messages you the name of one book.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll work because a lot of the titles were in a different language, so
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, but she's
you don't really have to
a
know the
1,000-plus-year-old
language
dragon.
to copy it. She can just put a piece of paper over it and then copy letter by letter. Even if she doesn't know what it says, you'll have it.
why is there no spell for like interdimensional like letter traveling?
Send a letter across the plains.
Exactly.
you can
It's
do
so
that
much
with
better
plane
than
shift,
sending
can't you?
ascending.
No, plane shift. Plane shift
just
is only
creatures?
people teleport. You can do that with items, but
Gotcha.
yeah.
Well, then you need an interdimensional mailman.
Right?
Just an army of people that can just move between the planes, transporting letters.
I mean,
What's
this
the
would
worst
be
that can happen?
UPS, right? Just universal plane shifters.
Wow.
The dwarves
It
from
would go
God of
so well
War.
with all the puns. Oh god.
I don't know.
Sorry. So we were back in Emmeline's office.
Yeah.
I had to go and get
Ken-
Graham. He was chewing on something.
But yeah, Ken asked Rose for the crystal, and Rose just kind of like, oh yeah, here, just untie it from its secure place and hold it out toward him.
All right, I'll take care of that, and then I'll let y'all finish catching up. I'm gonna head back out to make sure Nick gets this and got some stuff to take care of. So, Em, it was great to see you again. I'll see you in a little bit if you're around. Probably
As
gonna be
you-
hanging out for a little bit.
Mia kind of waves along. It's good seeing you again. And Emmeline just nods and smiles. It's good seeing you both too. Take care, all right? In case we don't have a chance to touch base again before y'all leave.
Not
I
a
mean,
problem.
I'm sure we'll at least say goodbye.
She
Right?
just sort of like looks at you and smiles. All right, Rose. So, why don't you join me? She motions for the seat as Ken gets up, and Mia takes you by the arm again, and just sort of like it's like she just doesn't want to let you go, so you just have her attached to you right now.
That's fine.
As they walk out the door, Rose will kind of get up and then lean over across the desk and pull open the drawer that Hadrian always keeps his alcohol in.
Okay? It's empty.
Oh. Really?
I don't. All right. Let's go to the mess. Stands up.
Telling
from her.
me you don't need that. Why are you even in here anyways?
It's a long story. Come on. Let me fill you in on what's going on here, alright? It's
Lead the way.
been a while. Ken, as you head out, the bundle still wrapped in its cloth, kind of held in your arm. Mia latched onto the other arm. The door closes. A moment passes and it opens, and you see as Emmeline and Rose head on out and begin making their way through the guild hall over towards where the mess is. You head over towards Nick and the rest of the party. While Ken was in there, is anything Aerith, Nick, or Aerith, Takashi, or Oni were doing out here
Yeah.
with Nick?
Yes.
Yes.
Onyx gonna very pointedly take this opportunity while Nick is here and ask him if he has any like utilitarian recommendations on spells and if he could potentially whip up some scrolls that Aerith could copy later on at a later date because he ignored the spellbook opportunities he
It
had.
was not ignored, it was forgotten.
Uh-huh.
That's a malicious.
Yes. You can. I believe Mia wanted you all to come see our place back on McGannis anyway. Have some
Oh.
time with my spellbook if you'd like to.
Sure.
Again.
As a non-caster,
spells.
it just feels like a good opportunity for our caster to shore up some of the gaps in his playbook, if
I
you will.
agree. That is why I pitched it to him several times while we were adventuring together. And it's good to know that there are sharp minds keeping these things on point.
I'm going through a lot.
You're gonna what?
I'm going through a lot.
The door opens and Ken and Mia come out, join up with you all. Nick looks up. So is that it?
Yeah, here you go.
Tentatively holds out his hands and unwraps it and looks at the, six-sided, classic crystal shape, like 2 foot long, like 8 inches diameter. The broken end where you had shattered it from the heart crystal of the Feywild, now capped in this beautiful Fey iron that kind of shimmers with a little bit of like rainbow iridescence, almost like oil caked into the iron itself. As it spreads up into this helix type pattern like a honeycomb, going up about halfway of it, or halfway up the crystal. And then in the center, this beam of radiant light with these 4 kind of double helix strands of energy twisting around the middle. And as he looks at it, you hear, "Ooh, it's so pretty," from Mia.
How heavy is it?
Maybe 5 pounds, 6 pounds. It's not super heavy. It's maybe the weight of a heavy book.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, you said 2 feet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Well, it's
it-
almost bigger than not bigger
Nicholas.
than Nicholas.
I
But
guess.
it's
I guess.
Well,
Well,
bigger than Nicholas.
let's say
he got
18
he can
inches.
use his little walking cane.
Like I've said,
Like-
18 inches in the past. It's about like
Gotcha.
the length of like a, like forearm and hand, essentially, of a normal sized human. So big for Nick, as he's holding it. It
Yep.
does look quite big in his hands.
That's what she said.
Right? He nods.
Yeah. So yeah. Figuring out how to get the essences. I came across some notes from my biological parents' homeland. They described how they made automatons called warforges and created the crystal based on that research. And I think it turned out pretty well.
This is fascinating. I'm sure Star will greatly enjoy studying it, and I can. This will definitely work. This is well done. Very well done. Mia nods. I don't know why, but it feels right. So.
Well,
Okay.
while you're here, let's hang out for a little bit. Let's get some lunch or something.
Yeah. Let's go to that. Let's go to that place. I can't remember the name of it, but the place
Is
that
it-
you guys had gone that was like the bed and breakfast.
Oh.
On your best
Okay,
day
yeah.
ever.
Yeah. I remember. I don't remember the name, but
I don't remember the name either. I'm
Brand
sure it's in my notes somewhere.
Pony or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
One last note of business. I'm sorry, Mia. I'm gonna go check in on Sid and Biggs and Wedge.
Okay.
It's been a while.
As you say that to Mia, she just like shakes her head really quickly back and forth. I'm happy with whatever you want to do. I am going with you though.
Fair enough. Okay, let's go say hi to Sid and gang then.
Do you leave the aura site with Nick?
I would.
I mean, he's responsible, isn't he?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I blanked out for a second. Yeah, I leave it with him.
Kid just snatches it back from his hands.
Unless he becomes evil suddenly and goes and runs away.
Yeah, I leave it to Nick. Just be very careful with that. That's, I mean, you know.
Can you roll me a perception check too?
He's evil.
Is he evil?
Evil Nicholas.
Is this Nick spelled differently? Is it like a Y?
No, it's just
Uh,
Ken.
Flash of genius.
Okay, so 19. Okay. As you head out from the guild hall, you let everyone know that you're going to go do lunch. That was the next plan, right? Or no, you were gonna go see. You were gonna go see Sid. That's right. You were gonna.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah,
you're going to go
Sid,
see Sid.
Biggs and Wedge.
Yeah.
Real quick, and then go get lunch.
Good
So
old
as-
legs.
Bill and Wags. Yeah. As you head out into the rest of the guild hall, Mia and arm in arm, you feel a slight roughness kind of on the inside of your right forearm, and you turn her arm, and she's got a tiny little patch of stone about the size of a silver coin right on the inside of her left forearm.
Mia, what's that?
She kind of looks down at it and goes, I don't know. And she pokes at it. I don't know. That wasn't there before.
Rose started a spell plague. What's wrong with them?
Hooray!
Man. Can I just do a quick look, see, real quick?
Sure. Roll me a medicine or arcana, I guess. Would be
Yep, arcana.
appropriate. Okay. 29. As you
It's my baby.
You take her arm and examine closely. There's this like strange bit of. It's not like a shimmering. It's almost like seeing something that isn't there, like energy crackling at the very boundary points between the stone and her skin. And it's not like emitting any light, or if you pointed it out to a mundane person, they probably wouldn't even be able to see it. But working with magical equipment for so long, you have almost like a sixth sense for these arcane residues, and there is something wild about what you're looking at.
Okay. Fuck.
In addition,
Got
with the
wild
29,
pox.
with 29, let's see. It reminds you and scares you because you think of the tempered from the Dale of Earth, and that their skin had turned to rock and stone, their bodies reshaped and reforged by the influence of that plane.
Okay. Right. Okay.
Kind
No,
of like
it's
looks at it and
fine.
pokes at it, goes, should I be worried?
Let's let's I think everything's fine for now. I'll I'll let Nick um I'll let Nick know what's going on, and maybe he and Stir can figure something out. But I think it's fine for now.
Are you going back to Nick now, or are you going to
I'll
continue to go find Sid?
I'll keep that pin that in my mental notebook. But yeah, we're gonna still go check on Sid.
Okay. So as they leave to go find Sid, the rest of you left here within the main atrium, Rose in the cafeteria with Emmeline, as Emmeline catches you up on so much that you've missed. And I'm not going to roleplay it all because you guys,
No.
you played it
No.
all, but she fills you in on what triggered Adrian. Everything that happened with
He heard whispers of a dark army in Baldur's Gate.
Well, he did.
Oh, I think he got a letter from, or a communique from Jaeger.
He did, because yeah, that's right. Because Jaeger was in trouble as he had found himself trapped within Baldur's Gate.
Just a little bit.
A little bit of trouble, and so
He
Hadrian.
exploded a couple heads too many.
Nah.
Yeah. Hadrian
Who
had set
hasn't?
out to back up his old friend and brother, and to get away from the mounting insanity of running a guild hall. And I believe it wasn't long after. God, how long ago was that?
I don't know.
Right? Hold on. I'm checking my notes. Wow, that was a month ago in game time. Okay.
A lot
Following
happens in a month. Hey,
Right.
following your assault on Goblinopolis, Emmeline, or not Emmeline, Mia had just joined the party, and you were trying to figure out who she was following the breaking of the mirror, and then heading out. You returned to find that Hadrian had left for Baldur's Gate to go and assist Jaeger, and that was where my notes ended on how he left. I don't think it was anything you guys did. He was having a time. It has been an absolute mess with rebuilding the guild hall and all of the responsibilities, and to have a chance to get away, he took it. She'll tell you that he left her in charge and that she has been doing her best since to try and keep the new adventurers fed and housed, but work is sparse and money is hard, and since the plagues within the green fields caused, crop failures, you were able to resolve the issue, but there's still food production issues. There's a lot of trade issues happening following the cult's interference, and lots of things that have to get kind of reinstated before they can be relied upon. They've been surviving, but it's been tight, and she's been trying her best to provide Koro with fulfillment, is what she'll say. She agrees with you. She should just say no, but at the same time, Koro's in a really hard place, being displaced from her home by the cult, and so Emmeline's trying to humor her as best she can, give her time. That's rough, buddy. It really is. I was not prepared for running a guild, but here we are, and
Yeah, that kind of is okay. It's kind of bullshit. Not gonna lie, that he just dumped it on you and left.
I mean, dumped it on me and Hendir and Brody. Sid's been helping. We're all a team here, and he's not like he's been doing nothing. He'll then step into the next part of her story that she'll fill you in that she doesn't hear from him every day. Most days she'll send a sending and he'll reply, but some days she doesn't have that capability. She has to use her magic for other things. But that Hadrian has been investigating the rumors of a growing dark army within Baldur's Gate. He and Jaeger were initially going to meet up and just get out, head somewhere else, just try to lay low, but in hearing these rumors, they warranted additional investigation. She'll assure you that,
Side quest.
that by investigating rumors, she really believes that he means sitting within the tavern and listening to drunks. But
Probably.
it's still worth at least following up on somewhat. He doesn't have any solid leads, only that the underground, the undercity, the people that, the rogues guilds, things like that, have been losing some of their more disreputable members to a growing group that seems to have very deep pockets. And that's all that can really be said. It's all very hush-hush and secretive, but there's kind of like, you hear the rumor, the new job that's coming up? Seems like the money's gonna be real good. They're trying to get as many people together as they can, that kind of stuff,
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that won't become our problem at some point.
I haven't been mentioning it for like 6 months, a year. It's fine.
Right? No way this could come back and bite us in the butt if we don't investigate.
How many side quests do we have now?
I try to keep it to 3, okay? I try to keep it to 3 live at any given time. Yeah, I'm trying not to throw more things at you than you can handle, but choice. I want to give you guys options. If I just give you one, then it's railroaded, and that's not as fun. But
They're all
Sure, it's
big,
fine.
all like big choices.
I know.
Like I said, like 2 big ones, 1 small one. They're like, we can get that out of the way quick, fast, and move back to the big ones. Like, you got like 5 big ones. Like, shit.
We gotta have stakes. There's gotta be consequences. Everything isn't sunshine and roses for us.
I know. I don't like consequences.
Oh man, I'm sorry.
No, it's great. It's great.
The player completely understands. The completionist
player's
is
having
like,
fun.
fuck.
Right.
I gotta do it all. How are we gonna do all this? It's like Persona budgeting time. We're not able to budget time. Too many irons and too many fires right now. We gotta like pick one But like, what if the other one was cooler? We'll never
Yeah.
know.
See, we'll just teleport, hop over to Baldur's Gate, fix that up real quick within the hour, hop to Mechanus, fix that
Alright,
up.
what we do is we clone ourselves. So there's
Yeah,
two
there you
groups, and one group does one thing, the other group does the other.
Sure.
We just
Nick,
switch back and forth.
which clones of us right now? Right, Nick, do it.
Simulacrum, go.
He doesn't like this, though.
Bibbidi bobbidi, absolutely not.
Absolutely.
We'll have the A team and the B team, and we'll send the B team off to take care of side plots, and
Yeah.
we as the A team will try to focus on the main ones. But this way, we cover all the bases.
Just got to get.
Easy peasy.
Well, I was going to say Robert Hibisia, but Hibisia is now on a rock.
Hey, now he
This
doesn't.
isn't time
Now
out.
he doesn't have a. If he wants out, he's got to join the B team.
There you go. We got to get all our backup characters. So that'd be Robert, Hibisia. I guess Nicholas is busy. We could get Aureus there. Get Oni.
Jaeger.
Or when we switch off back to our mains, we get these characters. Like, all right, you're the B team. Fix it.
Go fix that
Fix
problem.
it.
The Wanderers
mean,
of
my-
Starlight, the
my backup's
Meanderers
already
of
on it.
Starlight.
The directed of Starlight. Go here. Do not get distracted. You have one job. That's it. Go here and solve it. I don't want to. I don't want to hear any. I don't want to hear any like cool adventures. Any Go here and fix it, and then come back.
That's it.
You better not come back with any new characters. I better not see any magic items. Fix it and come home.
Can't even look for treasure.
I guess we could let them look for treasure, but no going like, all right, all this treasure out in the distance. No, if the treasure's on your path, you can pick it up. If it's like 10 steps from that, no. You just look at it as you pass.
Guys are crazy. Alright. So, within the main atrium, anything Aerith, Oni, or Takashi, as you are hanging out with Nicholas, he's kind of like, he sits down with the aura sight in front of him and takes out his spell book as well as a couple notebooks and starts like, he's like sketching the aura sight and making detailed notes on his observations on it at the moment, but he kind of looks up and just gives you all like a nod and gets back to his writing. Anything you guys are doing?
Can't do any shopping.
If you want to.
I don't know if I have any attunement slots or if I need the...
I would be against going and finding some potions.
Oh yeah, potions.
But I'm
Money
almost
do I
out of
have?
healing pellets, so I probably want to go out into the woods and gather some stuff to make healing pellets.
All right. So Takashi's gonna go into the surrounding wilds to gather his necessary reagents, and you'll probably be gone for about 4 or 6 hours, honestly, because the surrounding territory around Iriabori, you've done this before, and you know that it's mostly farmland. Well, I guess uphill it's more craggy
You gotta
rockland, and then you've got to walk. You've got to get about probably a mile outside town before you can get to where the wildlands are for you to find what you need. So you'll be
I mean,
gone
I run
for...
really fast.
You do. You are very fast, but you'll be gone for a few hours at least.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I don't feel like buying it.
All right. You head on out and begin jogging out of the city past the front gates, and as you approach, the city gates are closed, but as you get closer, the guards on the inside give you a nod and open there's like a pedestrian door that can be utilized for people that don't have wagons, and give you a nod. Be careful out there, sir. No, the streets aren't necessarily safe yet. But they size you up pretty quickly and figure you can handle yourself.
Thank you. I will take your words to heart. I'm sure I'll be fine.
You jog through out into the wilds beyond the city walls. Aerith and Oni, what you guys got?
I have a free attunement
Potions.
slot. Let's see what I can buy to fill it.
Okay. You are heading to Manon's.
Oh,
All right.
yes.
So as you head to Manon's, you kind of like give a wave to Nick, and he looks up. Well, if you all leave, I'm gonna find someone more comfortable to do this. Folds his book up and goes over. Chad, can I use that room? And Chad goes, well, you technically still a Wanderer of Starlight, so yes. You're just gonna walk into the barracks room for the Wanderers of Starlight to do his notes. Aurora, this is a question for you. Do you know what item you might be looking for? Or are you waiting for me to pitch you items?
Oh, damn it. I had a list. Hold
Okay.
on. I don't know if I still
Find your
have
list.
it.
It's fine. I could kill some time. I wanted to put that out there just so that you could get it ready, because I'm first gonna go to Ken.
Okay.
As Ken and Mia walk through the guild hall and out into the training area out back, take in the familiar scents and sounds of the area, the kind of quiet training happening as 2 or 3 young adventurers practice their techniques in the sparring field. You hear the kind of like rhythmic splashing of Fred rolling around in his swamp hole that you guys made for him up here using the what did you have that got the endless water? Was it a decanter of endless water?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
probably.
It was Oris's.
Orius's, yep. In order to maintain the water levels here and create a nice swampy area for Fred to live in, you head out and kind of curve around the left side of the guild hall over to where Ariston's alchemist's shack was, where Sid has now set up the makeshift artificery encampment, as they have had to pretty much set up their own kind of like artisans.
office?
Yeah, field
Field
office.
office?
Yeah, they've got tables out here that have obviously been sitting in the grass through multiple storms that are holding tools and arcane equipment. And as you turn the corner and look, you see one of the most beautiful things you've ever seen. Nowhere near as beautiful as Mia, but for someone as attached to their hobby, not even hobby, their livelihood, their passion, as Ken is with artificery, the ring of pure artificery that you see before you stops you in your tracks and leaves you speechless. As the last time you were here, they were almost completing it. It was the first one had almost been completed. It was 80% or so done. As you look at it now, this massive ring with about a 15-foot wide diameter opening on the inside, and the width of the ring itself being maybe 2 or 3 feet. So the whole thing is about 25 feet wide. Leans against a building with these like heavy wooden strut supports underneath it that you could see have been like wedged in place and dug into the grass and soil here to alleviate some of the stress so it doesn't just crush the building it's leaning against. There are symmetrical sigils and these like cracks of lines that run up around the ring, and at the apex point a single massive, it looks like crystalline stone, but it must be some sort of arcane glass focus, sits at the pinnacle of it. And as you turn the corner and stop, you hear from Mia to your right. you look over and can see Sid is like leaning half over what looks like a piece of the same ring style, but only about 8 feet long, and he's like half leaned over it with his butt in the air and his like arms reaching down, and you can hear, "Oh, right, just hold it right there, Wedge, just right." And then there's this heavy thunk. Oh, all right. Okay, that's gonna do it for right now. It kind of like flops back out, and you see that in the last few weeks that he's been here, since rescuing him from Garrick, when you found him, he was barely alive. Skin and bones, had been malnourished, and wasn't physically tortured, but was heavily neglected. The man you see now is strong. He's still thin, far thinner than you've ever seen him when you trained under him, but stands, kind of wipes the brow. Oh. And then you see Wedge stand up. The Goliath stands at taller than your height from behind the ring. Goes, "Boss." And Sid turns around and goes, "Ken, my boy, I didn't expect to see you here. Oh, and who's this lovely lass? I don't honestly know if we've been introduced yet."
No, and that's partially why I came here. But yeah, Ken's just laser focused on the gate. He's like, this is amazing. Like, I know I threw out the blueprints and figured out all the math of how this is gonna work, but seeing it here, God,
Something else, ain't it?
that's one way of putting it. You guys did amazing work.
They're just following your insights there, lad. You're the genius here. But it's been... kind of like looks up at it with a mix of pride and frustration. It's been one hell of a job. We won't necessarily know it's gonna work until, well... He kind of like taps the bottom of the other ring with his foot till this one's done. But yeah, kind of smiles and should get your armies there. We had to size it up a bit, you know, we just made it a little bigger. And we're obviously gonna have to get one of them over there. But I figure that's problems for a future day. I got next 2 weeks are going to be building this ring. If I can keep up with the same pace I did the last one. And Wedge just nods. Hard work. And you see a small gnome come kind of scurrying around. All right, I've got the tools we needed to start the... Oh! Master Ken, it's good to see you. Biggs turns the corner as well.
Hey there, guys. You've done an amazing job here with the gate.
Thank you. It's been a lot of fun. Anyway, so you needed these, and he kind of like sets this like wooden milk crate filled with, it looks like old rusty tools, honestly. Raw iron. Best I could find right now. Searched every blacksmith here in the city. We're gonna have to find some way of getting it from, I don't know, Baldur's Gate if we can. But this will at least keep us going for a little bit. Sid heads over, looks at it, kind of picks up a few of the like large sheets of, they look like scrap iron from shields or like misshaped bits of sword that had to be completely discarded. He nods. Some of it's slag, but most of it should be good. Alright, this will keep us going for a few days. I'll talk to Miss Emmeline, see what we can accomplish. Thanks, babe.
Uh,
Yeah, thanks, Wedge.
what are they using the scraps for again? New tools?
No, we're kind of just like taps it. The framework needs a lot of iron, and we're starting to run a bit low. The blacksmiths in the city haven't had enough shipments from the mines up north. But
Okay. All right.
right, you don't happen to have, a ton of iron at your disposal, do you, boy? I laugh, but I don't want to disregard what you might be capable of.
No, not on hand, but I might have some friends in other places that could possibly help out once things calm down a little bit. But I'm sorry. Major digressing. Sid, Biggs, Wedge. This here is Mia. Was my temporary comrade a while back, and now my fiance.
He has been kind of just like bouncing next to you, but staying kind of unobtrusive up till now. Obviously excited, but letting you enjoy your artificery because she knows how much this means to you. And as you say, temporary comrade, there's a little bit of a tightness. And she's like, "Hey," and then you move forward, and she just warms up and smiles and raises her hand. "Hi, everybody. I'm Mia. Um, that's a really, really big ring. Is that what you were saying? That you call it a gate?
Yeah, the Platinum Gate, as
Yeah.
I've officially designated it. It's gonna help us transport supplies and comrades to the eventual battlefield.
More than that, lad. If you all succeed, technology like this could reshape the very face of our world. We've been talking, and kind of looks over at the ring. So many of the problems today could be solved if we just had one of these in Baldur's Gate and one of them here, or Waterdeep, or anywhere else.
Yeah, you're right. Hopefully, once things calm down, we can come together to, like you said, start putting gates into major cities. It'll definitely ease up on traffic, supply routes. We don't have to worry about caravans being attacked by raiders or, God forbid, a black dragon, as he reminisces about that situation.
Would even send Wonderlaunton really open up the entire world. Show those fools in House Madani what we're capable of.
Yeah, I still remember the stories you told me of them. It'll be nice to, yeah, throw an egg in their face when they see what we're capable of. But, I'm sorry, introductions are still
Yes.
happening.
Yes. Um, I, she kind of just like looks at you. What do I say?
You know, just let them know some things about themselves, and you know, I'm sure y'all will get along just fine.
Okay. Um, my name's Mia. I used to be part of the God of Magic. I'm not anymore. I live on Mechanus with a grumpy old guy named Stir and a funny old guy named Nicholas. And I love Ken very, very much. And she just smiles and looks over at you. Yeah, most important for last. And I think that sums up a lot of what I know. She just smiles. If
Yeah,
Mia,
our,
the player, would like to chime in with anything, or if you think that I'm doing that just fine,
No.
I'll keep going. Go
yeah,
ahead.
our union was complicated. but we've made it work, and yeah, engaged of all things.
Awesome. I'm very happy for you, son, and can't wait to be there to see the two of you. He just sort of like sighs. And when you showed up at Candlekeep, I wasn't quite sure what kind of a. I knew you'd be strong. But I didn't know what kind of path lay before you. And I was always worried that you'd be the kind of person to throw away any chance of happiness for the sake of duty. And I'm glad to see that happiness found you anyway, because you deserve it. He walks over and puts a big meaty hand, well, I guess not big meaty hand, a hand that was once in your mind this, like, massive gauntlet now rests on your shoulders like almost like a child's hand, as you've grown so much taller and stronger over the years, and he's grown frailer and older, and he puts a hand on your shoulder and squeezes. You can feel that same kind of tightness and comfort from when you were a young man and needed that little bit of reassurance as you were learning a skill that came quickly to you but was still new given your upbringing. And another hand on Mia's shoulder, and she just smiles. I'm very happy for the both of you, and I know your dad would be too. Both of them. And he just sort of chuckles.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. But
Alright.
yeah, I just want to stop by and check in on you guys. I know it's been a while. Just make sure you're not overextending yourselves, okay? Please
No.
rest when possible. Make sure you're 3 meals a day. Drink lots of water.
Miss Emmeline takes good care of us, so it'll be fine. But I appreciate the concern, lad. Check in on us from time to time, eh? And take care of yourself too.
You know, I try my best.
It's not always easy. Sometimes there are squid men.
Yeah. Hopefully we don't have to deal with that anytime soon. Yeah, let's I guess we'll let y'all keep on keeping on, and we're gonna head out to lunch because
All right.
I might be back later, but so and then yeah, Keno just like awkwardly just like I guess fist bump with Sid and wave at Biggs and Wedge, and I guess he'll start making his way out.
All right. As you extend your fist, Sid kind of looks down at it with a moment confusion, and then there's like that, oh, right, and he takes the fist and he bumps it. Biggs and Wedge wave in the background, and then he turns around. All right, well, like I just said, break time. Let's go get something to eat. And the three of them are gonna kind of gather up their things as you and Mia head back into the guild hall. You proceed through, returning to the main atrium to find none of your friends here, as they have all left.
Oh, what the? Well, I guess that's
you
fair.
see
We
an
didn't really
after
tell him.
image of Aerith just going like deuces. No.
Bye.
I guess I didn't really tell them to hang tight while we go say hey to Sid. So, Chad, where did everyone go? If you did see them leave.
Nicholas went to Nicholas went to the barracks room. I think Aerith and Oni said Manon's. Rose should be with Miss Emmeline. And Takashi was saying something about plants and herbs. Kind of like forces his way through the sentence as best he can.
Oh, okay. Well, they're doing research or gathering items. So
Lunch, lunch, lunch.
I guess that means lunch date.
Yay, lunch! Mia kind of puts her arms in the air and does a little spin. Okay, let's go.
Yep.
She starts to hurry out,
Yep,
grabs
yep,
you by
yep.
the
Good job, Chad. You did great.
hand. He gives a wave to Mia. She turns around and says that. Bye, Mia. It's good seeing you. She turns around. Bye, Chad. Out the door. You guys head out for your lunch date. Takashi, roll me a survival check as you head out into the wilds beyond Erebor and kind of jog through the early summer afternoon, the heat kind of beginning to build, and the humidity here growing. Your sweat sticks to your skin. You kind of have to take off the outer layers of your robes just to allow it to breathe easier. Do you have a bag of holding?
Don't
I'm
think
just
so.
trying to narrate. So you had to like kind of tie it
I
around
got a
your
bunch of
waist.
pouches though.
Yeah, pouches couldn't hold your kind of like overcoat type. But you run you hit the edge of the forest, one where Mia had originally shown up. You guys had, well, I guess you hadn't. You had already left the party by that point. But you begin to do your gathering. So you're looking for stuff for healing pellets, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. 22, and you know the area pretty well, so I'll say you find enough to make 10 pellets, so a pretty decent haul considering the refinement you'll have to do. You stuff your pouches and wander around, not wander, but forage through the forest. Roll me a perception check.
I swear, if I get jumped by a bandit, he's gonna have a terrible day.
Well, with a natural
Oh,
one.
yeah. I mean, it's still a 16. It's still a 16.
It's still a 16. Um,
And my
There was no-
passive perception is 23. Well, 25.
yeah. Sometimes you roll a 1.
Man.
Let's see. You don't see any signs of banditry. In fact, you don't really see any signs of human movement at all. You spend your couple hours gathering your materials here in the woods, and at one point your instincts kind of like kick in and your ears perk up and you turn around like somebody's following you, but it's a deer that stepped on a twig, snapped it, and as you turn your head to look at it, it's only about 30 feet away from you, and it just matches eyes with you and just stands there staring at you. The moment
That's not
passes.
normal.
Insight the deer.
Insight the deer. Are you a normal deer?
You roll me an insight check. You kind of like hold that gaze with it, looking for something beneath the eyes. The ears twitch, lowers its head, and kind of mouths a little bit at the grass and leaves. And then as you kind of like turn your head and take one step, it perks up, turns, and bolts. Seemed like a deer. Just seemed more comfortable than you would have normally expected.
Or
Maybe.
was it?
Was I
Was
upwind or
it?
downwind?
You would have been downwind of it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So probably a normal deer.
You return to your foraging and gather the last of your materials. Look up to the sky. It's beautiful. 80, 85 degrees. It's humid, but it's just under that, like, oh god, it's hot point of humidity where it's comfortable and warm. Almost like a heavy blanket. Sun starts to not go low, but get to like late afternoon. You assume it's probably close to 4:30 or so. And you begin to head back towards the city. Unless there was anything else you wanted to do in the woods.
No, I think I got everything I needed.
You begin your jog back to the city. Within Aerith and Oni. Aerith, you have walked this path so many times in the last 6 months that you've been adventuring. You know the route from the guild hall to Manon's almost like the back of your hand, and weave through the streets, head over to the
I'm also
hall.
practicing my blade song moves, just like
Okay. Oni, without rolling, you can definitely see the weird looks Aerith is getting from the people on the street. But Aerith is getting a little bit of extra practice in, and to you it's not as strange as you at least know that this is a form of martial art, but you're basically doing Tai Chi walking down the street. You walk up to the tall, wide storefront with the kind of large placard that just says, Manons, give me wings to fly. You push open the double doors and can see the middle-aged elven woman, Nina, sitting behind the kind of main service counter, about 30 feet or so in. To your left, a handful of patrons peruse a dwindling supply, as the shelves are actually starting to get a little bit bare. But she waves. Welcome back, Aerith. Please. Kind of like motions. What can I help you with today?
what magic items do you have in stock right now?
What are you looking for? We have a handful of them. Some of the more common use items have been purchased by the noble aristocrats here within the city, but if there are specific enchantments you're looking for, I can always check our catalog.
What's the highest rarity you got, out of curiosity?
Let's see. Da, 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 da. Let's see. Okay, that actually works. Currently, the rarest item we have is this, and she motions to her right to an item that you have seen many times.
The fucking potion.
Yep, exactly. This is a potion of supreme healing.
I already know
Wow.
about the potion. I'm talking about items that can be used for, adventuring use.
Oh, I mean, everything that we
Potions.
have
Not just
is
the potion.
intended to be used by those who risk their lives, and what more could be useful than a potion that could bring even the most stalwart of champions from near death to full vigor? But I understand. Let's see. We have a few other potions as well. It takes out like a small catalog. We do have a potion of Cloud Giant Strength as well as a potion of Speed. Those would both be of the higher level rarities. Roll me 2d100, Zareth.
Roll a 100.
100.
Hey.
69.
Nice.
69.
Damn, what game was that would have gotten us something?
That was our
I think it
Pokemon
was
game.
Po-
That was
I was
shiny.
gonna say.
Yeah, that was our shiny check.
Yo.
That 69 would have gotten you a shiny.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh my
We always rolled
God.
for our Pokemon, and if it was a 69, then it was shiny. And we got one.
What was it?
We had two. You had your shiny Metapod, right?
Yeah, I've got my Butterfree.
God, I want to get that game going
And-
again. Okay. Sorry, I'm pulling up.
The other one was like a Jellicent or something. Or a whatever jellyfish thing.
The Frillish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. All right. But if potions aren't what you're looking for, let's see. What else could we have that might be interesting for an adventurer? What did you roll again? Rolled a 69 and a 6. Of course, you rolled another 69.
Hey,
I
I'm
mean,
surprised.
we also kind of like we have. For some reason, I'm only rolling potions on this table. We also have a potion of flying.
You can only have potions, that's it.
If you're looking for something even rarer than that, kind of like. I'm trying to think of the right verb here. Kind of like shifts in her seat back and forth. We have a spell a spell scroll that might be useful. It was purchased from a very prominent cleric several years ago. It is a scroll of Mind Blink.
Mind blink. As I quickly look it up now.
Right. I mean, so here So she's got potion of supreme healing, because you're basically asking for the rare stuff she has. This is her very rare that she's got according to the rolls I've made. And the rolls you made.
Damn, this is a powerful spell.
Yeah, Mind Blank is no joke. And I wanted to see. What was it? If I forgot one, you guys can remind me. But I think that was it. Now, if you're looking for something, that's a little bit more easily
Tunable?
enchanted, yes. I could check our catalog to see if we have it in stock. Is there anything that I could help you find? I believe we've met before. Oh, don't. I'm gonna actually roll because I think it'd be funny. I'm sorry. I've forgotten your name.
It's alright. I'm Oni, and
Oni.
mine is a lot simpler. I just need potion, like generalized healing potion.
That we do have, as we have been attempting to create as many as possible to help with the defense of the city, as well as your own
So that when you
endeavors.
come and buy us out again, like you always do.
Yeah.
So I am currently sitting at 11 common healing potions, 8 greater healing potions, and 6 superior healing potions. And now I'm going to go ahead. So 8C, or 11C, 8B, 6 S
And
here.
how much a piece are those?
The common ones would be 50 gold pieces each. The greaters are 250, and then the superiors are, I think they were 2,000. And we do offer, of course, any discounts if you choose to buy things in bulk. We are willing to work with you all on the price.
Well, superiors are definitely out of my personal budget. So you have to talk to my friend and the party fund about those. But I definitely would not be against grabbing a handful of commons and graders because I have gone through quite a few recently.
All right, well, I can definitely assist you with that. How many are you looking for?
Uh, I guess let me grab 5 common and 4 greater.
All right, so that would be. Let's call that 1,100 gold pieces total.
Alrighty.
6 common.
And what was the platinum to gold conversion?
1 platinum is 10 gold.
Okay, so then I need to give 110 plat, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then I will unfurl the scroll a little bit and produce 110 platinum and pay for his potions.
From
You
your
guys-
hole.
Pay it platinum.
No, not the
Not the
hole.
hole.
The hole and the scroll are 2 different things.
The hole has to be actually like laid out.
Laid,
flat.
yeah, it has to be on a surface.
Yep.
And he kind of keeps that tucked in his robes, so it just looks like part of his clothes until we need it. The scroll is a massive scroll on his back. It just is his bag of holding.
You procure your 110 platinum and hand to her, and she just, as she sees the platinum pieces, and not only that, but the sheer quantity of them, her eyes kind of go wide, and she nods and goes, "Oh, this will definitely assist in making more potions. Thank you." All right, Aerith. So, anything seem interesting to you?
What about any items that require attunements?
There are quite a few items here that require attunements. I can start with the silliest ones and waste all our time if you'd like.
Absolutely, that's what we want for
do
sure.
that. No.
Could you give us at least your silliest one and then go to useful for him? But I would very much like to hear at least one silly option.
Okay, all right, let's see.
Entertain it.
Like
Should
she
get
was
the
a
stick of
computer.
ultimate power again.
Well, some may call it silly. I think it's somewhat disturbing, but wait right here. She gets up and she walks over to one of the shelves in the rest of the store and takes off of the shelf what looks like a small like a young girl's doll, like that classic. Can't remember what
Porcelain
the name of
doll.
her was. No, it's like cloth. It's like
Oh.
fabric.
To
But
doll.
brings it over and she sets it down. She goes, "This is what's known as a talking doll. If
Hmm.
you attune to it, you can command it to speak up to 6 sentences under any conditions you specify." She pats it on the head. "I will not be attuning to it, but you could if you wanted to."
Wow, that's awful.
So it's essentially a puppeteering doll.
It's good for ventriloquists that don't want to learn how to be ventriloquists. She just sort of smiles. "We have a number of similar items. Charlatan's dice that allow you to control the outcome of the die roll, but of course require attunement. If you could help me narrow down what you're looking for. Armaments, armor, accessories. What can I help you find?"
What did I write? Any robes that you have?
Okay, that does narrow things down. Let's see. Oh, why did you?
I didn't do it, I swear.
Can you roll me
Oh, gosh.
3 d20s?
3d20.
Okay.
That hot 2.
Right. Where did my list go? There we go. Okay. Alright, so we have 3 robes currently in stock and available. One of them is relatively common enchantment, known as a robe of useful items. This one, and she kind of like pulls out a little index card from a Rolodex thing and holds it up, and on it you can see what looks like a brown robe covered in these small. Roll me a perception check.
Oh, God.
I want to know if you can see it before I just describe it. Okay.
I can
He
see
sees
every
it.
He sees
stitch.
You look at it and you kind of like you almost pull back a little bit because it is covered in eyes. She kind of like taps at it and goes, "This is one of the more unsettling additions to our repertoire, but this is what's known as a robe of eyes.
Yeah.
While you are wearing it, you can see in all directions and have advantage on all perception checks that require sight. Your dark vision is extended to 120 feet. You can see invisible creatures and objects, as well as see into the ethereal plane out to 120 feet. Unfortunately, you cannot close or avert the eyes. They
You
are
see
always open.
always.
If a light spell or the daylight spell is cast upon the robe, you will be blinded. But it is nonetheless a useful item for someone who does not want to be snuck up on. And then finally, we have a... Oh no, where did it go? What is known as a robe of stars. And she holds out another card. This one has what looks like a cloak with a hood, and the top of the cloak is this deep black with this sparkling white kind of in it, and as it goes further down there are these red lights around the collar that then fade into what looks almost like a bluish white nebula. This will improve your resistances as well. It will improve your reaction times, mental resistances, and fortitude against attacks, +1 to all saving throws. The 6 stars located here can be removed to cast magic missile, and they reappear at dusk. You can also use an action to enter the astral plane while wearing the robe.
This one is very
That
tempting.
one's pretty rad.
Mhm.
That one's pretty rad. I like,
Yep.
like just even aesthetically, it's pretty fucking cool.
Right.
Now these two are a little bit pricier, both clocking in at about. Let me make sure I'm getting my.
Money's worth.
No, so everything's. But prices are determined based off of rarities, so I'm making sure that I'm keeping things consistent. This one is up there with the same as the Potion of Supreme Healing. This would be 10,000 gold pieces.
So that would be
1,000 platinum pieces. Yes.
Damn it. What about accessories?
Okay. Let's take a look and see what we may have for you here.
Whether it be like helms, scarves, rings, what you got?
A big ass hat.
Just a big ass hat.
The
But
biggest
I wear
hat.
tiny hats.
You've worn
Not
big hats in the
anymore.
past.
New Aerith, new
my
hat.
first 2 designs I did.
Yeah, that's in the past.
But I've changed from large to small. So I can enjoy
How about
the
a
large
hat
things.
that every day you have to roll a d10 to determine its size, and it could be very tiny or it could be fucking huge, and it's just up to chance.
But the weight doesn't change, just the size.
Yep.
Yeah. It does not encumber you or get in your way in any way. It just is either bigger or smaller than you would
And it
want
gets
it
in
at any
everybody else's
given
way.
time.
All right. Roll. Well, actually, hold on. Let me get a couple here.
Find like a super dope full helmet, just so like something super useful that just completely clashes with your image.
The Helm of Brilliance.
Like a gladiatorial helmet, like a fucking MF Doom mask or something.
Let's see. Don't want to do those. There's actually that one too.
Helm of Brilliance is
know.
dumb looking, but it's super actually like really useful.
It really is, but the one thing I don't like about it is that once you use one of the gems, it's just... Or if you use all of the gems, it's just a hunk of metal now.
Yeah.
But it has a
But
lot
you-
of gems.
Yeah, but you get a
It
bunch.
does.
Can you like reload more gems then?
No.
I don't think so, no.
No.
Ah. Just walk around with a bandolier of gems, like, oh, use one, pop it out, put a new one in. Every time you get to like half, go ahead and re-up it. That way it never actually runs out.
God, the helm is so gaudy.
Because it's, about the Helm of Perfect Potential. That's like what Earth was describing with the gladiatorial helmet.
I like the sound of perfect potential.
Right? It looks
What's it
stupid
do?
and it does a couple of things. Chart of elemental chaos embedded in the forehead. Random properties determined by rolling the table right.
The gem in the
minor
center of it
benefits.
just throws it off.
Detrimental.
Is that a legendary?
It's an artifact.
Oh, it's an artifact.
Oh, it's an artifact. Okay.
That's a little high.
I was like, oh, because you said
I was
it
just
had
looking at
random
helms.
roll tables. I was like, what?
Yeah.
I was trying to find it. See, the Helm of Perfect Potential.
Perfect potential. You get 2 minor beneficial properties, 1 major beneficial property, and 1 minor detrimental.
That's why
And you
it's
have
an
advantage on all
artifact.
you have advantage on all charisma and wisdom checks.
We find out he has a piece of one on him that we didn't know, and that's why he's actually cursed. He got the one minor
Detrimental.
detrimental
Minor
effect.
detrimental effect.
Okay. All right. So I'm just trying to get like a list here for you to roll to see if she has them in stock. No, Oh, don't. And then... Go ahead, roll me 10 d20s.
That's so much. 10,
I know.
20. A nat 20.
And a nat 1.
And a nat 1.
That one's not.
You rolled
there.
exactly 100 too.
I
Wow.
know.
Right?
That's impressive. Do I get extra points for rolling a natural 100?
The nat 20. Okay. All right. So let's see. Right now, because you rolled pretty well on those, she does have a helm of what was that? The helm of brilliance, but it's also going to be the same. It's about 10,000 gold pieces, as it's also very rare. Has what is known as a skull helm, which gives resistance to cold, poison, and necrotic damage, and enables you to cast Spirit of Death once per day.
What is that?
It is a spell from the Book of Many Things, which definitely doesn't give me pause. Let's see. It sounds like what Eodos was doing with his kind of like calling back a spirit. It's like you called forth a spirit that embodies death, that manifests in an unoccupied space. It disappears if it's reduced to 0 hit points. It's an ally. Uses the... Actually, no, it's not, because it creates a ally. It's like conjure
Your
animals, but it conjures a spirit.
Spirit.
That's pretty cool.
Cool.
A Reaper stat block.
That
Ghosty
sounds
boy.
cool.
What is a Reaper?
Right?
A Reaper spirit.
You say spirit. Hawk would say stand.
It uses your spell attack modifier to hit.
Oh gosh.
Deals 1d8 plus 3 plus the spell's level, which it's a 4th level, so it does 1d8 plus 7 on hits.
That is pretty dope. I might, whenever Eodos finally gets back, if I can figure out how to free up a slot, I might try to grab one of those.
Right?
That sounds dope.
And if it ends its turn inside an object, it gets shunted and takes damage. Okay, that's so it doesn't deal damage by ending there, but it makes a number of attacks equal to half the level of the spell rounded down. So it'll be 2 attacks with those bonuses. She has a card that she takes out that has a helmet that looks like a samurai's helm with an upside down A on the crest of like the forehead. It looks pretty ridiculous, but she says that it is a helm of teleportation. It has 3 charges, and while wearing it, you can expend 1 charge to cast teleport, which gives you 3 free teleports a day, and it recharges 1d3 at dawn.
Holy shit.
That's also
That's
pretty
really rad.
fucking rad, dude.
Right?
And the final item-
Samurai helmet.
The final item that she sets out, and this is the one that you get with your 20, is what's called a Fate Dealer's Deck +2. It is a spellcasting focus that boosts your attacks and spell saves by 2. In addition, while you're holding the deck, you can draw a card as an action to expend and roll one of your hit dice. You add the deck's bonus to the number rolled. One creature that you can see within...
Sorry, before you continue, it's requires attunement by a cleric or paladin.
I didn't even see the cleric or paladin part. That is a good
Yeah.
call. Okay.
So...
I saw it and was like, damn, that's so perfect. Yeah.
It is really cool for what I'm thinking, but I can't use it.
Yeah, that's fair. I didn't see that. That was my
Quick,
bad.
respec yourself right now.
Right
Yeah.
now.
Instead of a fucking celestial warlock, I go into cleric.
Yep.
Let's see. There is. She kind of like looks at and scratches her chin. and we have a few rings as well. We have a ring of regeneration, which I believe Robert had one,
Yeah.
as well as a ring of telekinesis.
And both of those are handy.
Right.
Telekinesis one looks ridiculous. Jesus.
Yeah, but it's helpful though.
Regeneration.
Regeneration.
Spell it all. Oh, there was one I did miss. There's also a Mistral Mantle. It didn't show up when I searched robes because it's a mantle. It gives you resistance to cold damage. Hold on, let me actually pull this up where I can see it. Resistance to cold damage. If you are within 5 feet of a creature, you can cause the cloak's cold wind to buffet that creature. They must succeed a DC 14 Dex save or take 1d6 cold damage and be knocked prone. The creature can be affected by the mantle only once per turn, so you could theoretically run up at them and without using your action, force them to make that Dex save and potentially knock them over, getting you advantage on any melees. And then as an action, you can invoke the mantle's rune to cast Sleet Storm with a DC 14. The area of that spell does not create difficult terrain for you. You can see through the storm, ignoring the normal penalties of the heavily obscured area, and it can only be invoked once a day.
Is there a size limit on the knocked prone?
No, there is not. There is a save because it's got a DC, but I'll tell you, Dragon's not necessarily great at Dex saves. So
There you go.
Saving throw or take 1d6 cold damage and have the prone condition.
It's also pretty solid.
Right.
I feel like 14, a little unfortunate for the type of heavyweights we swing at, but still
Yeah.
dope.
Right. And not everything rolls really well with the dex.
The helmet teleportation is still pretty fucking good. I know you don't like
Right.
the aesthetic of it, but recharge. Do they like recharge daily, or is it just 3 and then it's done?
1d3 charges a day.
That would be really good to have. I'm gonna be real. Most of these are honestly really good to fucking have.
Right.
You asked for her
Except
rare shit.
Except the talking doll. That was just creepy.
Right?
I bet you can
And
do
the
some funny
robot
shit with
eyes.
it, but it's just unsettling.
The robe of
Back to
eyes
my-
I don't like. It's. Ugh.
But as much as you don't like it, you have to at least concede that it's super fucking useful.
It could be pretty fucking useful, yeah.
Still,
It's
At
horrible.
what
it's
cost?
horrid. My aesthetic. No.
Let's see what other.
The only difficult thing about this now is I only have 100 platinum.
Mhm.
I don't know where I got it, but I have it.
Mhm.
And you also know that now you have to run anything by Rose because they are back to
Guess
being
who's
the
the
treasurer.
treasurer again?
Ugh.
So if you make a purchase, Rose somewhere off in the distance is gonna get like a bad
Get all
feeling
butthurt
and
about
immediately
it.
know something is up.
I feel like someone just spent 10,000 gold.
I got good news for you, though. And by good, I mean bad. Guess what, guys? We're pretty fucking broke.
I fucking
We
knew
don't
it.
have a lot of money.
Yes, we do.
No. I mean, in consideration of these rare items that are 10,000 apiece, we have 8,000 gold. That's it.
Oh yeah. Well, in that case, yeah.
Yeah. No.
Eric
Like,
gets
it's
it up to
a
nothing
lot.
with his 100 platinum.
Yeah. It's a lot in the grand scheme of things, but we can't even afford one of those items.
Yeah.
We have
I mean,
not
you can
made
always
money.
haggle. You could try to make a deal. We
Can you
at this point
Teleportation.
we are kind of a big deal. This is not only saying this because he would never say something so outrageous as we are a big deal, but we're kind of a
Helmed
big
horror
deal.
is
Helmed
typing, what the
horror.
fuck?
What the fuck?
Oh,
What?
that was my
Why?
bad.
Please
It just because there's a drop down
make
beneath my
that go
name
away.
where I can choose like
Well,
my name, and I accidentally clicked into it and chose Helmed Horror because I have 8 billion character sheets in this
What
game.
is
I
a
was
helmed horror?
You're
it's
fucking.
the enemy.
I don't like it.
Congrats! You just made the entire party very, very paranoid about any headpieces moving forward.
I was trying to say that the Helm of Teleportation and the Robe of Eyes are both rare, which make them 3,000 GP each, not
So you could afford
10K.
one of those. Or I guess both. But also no, because
That's what I was
then you have no
thinking.
money.
I just because I could also do like
Awaken the tree.
Awakened tree.
Hey guys,
These are like auto-generated Xbox Live names from back in the day.
yep.
Oh, I should get rid of Titania's library because I no longer have that.
Yep, you don't have her library anymore.
I
Well,
still
man,
have
that was-
her journal, so...
You do.
There's at least that.
Did you guys end up deciding what you're gonna buy?
He's trying to figure it out now.
I'm trying, man.
That
I
helmet
have-
teleportation is super nice.
Right, just buy that
Yeah.
one. Done. Here we go.
I have the Summer Spear +2 and the Summer Plate +2.
Okay.
So, I pull those out.
Okay.
Trade those for one item.
How much would these cost?
Roll me a persuasion check.
Oh, God.
Forgot to sell my stuff.
Ooh, that's really good.
Oh, you know, they were actually talking about needing like a lot of iron. You've been picking up a lot of just random ass weapons, right? You could also give those to Sid to try to help facilitate the teleportation ring.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the gate?
Yeah, because I know nobody or Takashi's been picking stuff up for a while.
I've been trading a lot of because like I traded the daggers like immediately for alcohol.
Yep.
See, I got
He was like Mo from The Simpsons. 2 knives.
I think the only metal I got is the saber and then the studded leather. Because I got rid of the daggers.
I could have swore somebody had been picking up a bunch of just weapons as we going. I thought it was you.
I still have that weird crystal saber.
Was it not, Eidos that was doing that?
Mm-mm. Eidos was carving monsters.
Oh, that's right.
She
It
looks-
might have been me, but every time I get a new weapon, I seem to trade it for something.
She kind of looks over the armor and runs her hand along it. You see her cast Identify and like turn her head. This is a very unique enchantment, but it's kind of providing a baseline augmentation. The armor is masterfully made. Same with the sword. I'd be willing to offer you 2,500 gold pieces for the armor, 750 for the sword.
Okay. So that's... Hold on. I need a calculator.
3,250.
Yeah, okay. 3250.
Plus your case, so that's what 4250 you have total?
4250, yeah, essentially. How much were the very rares? What was it,
Those
like
ones
10?
were
10K.
Yep,
10k.
that would be Ring of Regeneration, Robe of Stars, Helm of Brilliance. I think the
Daggers.
Mistral Mantle was... No, Mistral Mantle's also very rare, so...
Hmm.
And the Skull Helm.
definitely don't want the robe of ice.
Yes,
No
you
matter
do.
how good it is, I cannot stand just a multitude of eyes all over me.
I just love the fact that if you get flashbangs, you're just fucking blind.
I know.
By the
And
light
not even,
cantrip.
yeah, not even flashbang. Just like someone holds up a fucking lantern, and you're like, ah.
Well, okay, you have to cast the spell on the robes, but
Oh, okay.
yeah.
That's a
What
little
about like
weird.
if you
So I
kick
can't
dirt into
shine
one of
bright
the
like a
eyes?
diamond without seeing.
Speaking of flashbangs, I completely forgot about those. I need to make some more.
Helm of teleportation.
well, Aerith
Those
wavers
are your
back and
options. You got to
forth.
pick one.
Ken and Mia, you have a delicious lunch at your favorite little bed and breakfast retreat place that you found on your best day ever. Strawberry ale is provided as they are getting new shipments finally from Greenest, where this kind of seasonal and regional brew is made. As you finish up your delicious meal, what are you talking about with Mia during the, like, we don't have to RP it, but
I guess just seeing what all they were up to in Mechanus since we last separated, and just, and then I guess vice versa as well, and just shooting the shit.
he excitedly tells you about constructing the arcane regulator. And from her perspective, constructing is kind of the wrong verb. She provided the power. Nick and Stir did the building. She kind of supervised, is what they told her she was doing. He tells you how beautiful it is to stare upon the art of magic itself, the light of creation, where it all comes from, and how impressive Nick and Stir's construct is in this massive kind of spinning gyroscope. She invites you to come to Mechanus. You have to come back, okay? You have to come back and see us because we had to bring the rock. And I mean, if I'm going back, you guys should all come with us. And then wherever you're going from there, you can leave from there, right? And her eyes get kind of wide. You come on. You have to. I want to show you so bad.
Well, I would love to go, but it is a group effort, so let's wait until we can get everyone together, and we'll get a group vote for it. I'm sure they'll be fine with it, but let's get everyone's permission first, okay?
Okay, I guess. I mean, it's really cool, and like, well, we're building a tower. Well, Nick's calling it a tower. It's kind of a room. There's more than one room. It's small, but it's really cool. And I mean, I've made so many friends there that I want to introduce you to. There's hold on, give me a second. There's Cog 077, Beta 096. There's Gamma 90, Mech 094, Open 014, Exo 55. And she just starts, like, to you, it just sounds like letters and numbers that she just starts, like, they're really nice. They're really cool. They've done so many nice things to help us build things, and I just really hope everyone's okay with going, because I want to introduce you.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, like I said, I'm perfectly fine with going to check everything out. But let's make sure everyone else is also okay with going as well.
Kind of like
sure-
looks.
I'm sure they also would like to see it as well. Aerith, at least, maybe. But and he
Wiggles.
just shakes his head and waves his hand. He's like, "Yeah, it'll be fine. I'm sure we can. It'll be fine. It'll be fine."
She wiggles a little bit in her seat and goes, "Okay, can we go ask now?" It just smiles.
Oh,
You look down at your like quarter-filled glass of ale, your empty plate. All that's left is the tab.
yeah, I guess I'll just finish off the drink and then pay the tab, and then let's, I guess, start backing people down.
Let's call it 5 gold.
Okay.
You had the adventurer price adjustment because I'm not going to call it a discount. It's not a discount.
It's the opposite of a discount.
Nee.
Yeah, it's the. I keep forgetting. I don't have gold on me.
That's
I think I spent all of my gold directly on artificer stuff. I'm assuming.
Probably.
Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Rose will be fine.
All right.
8010.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. I was like 8010,
I know. I'm the treasurer. I'm keeping track.
right? All right. As
That's
you
my job now.
head back from your lunch, Aerith, have you decided?
I have not. I'm going to pass for now.
And you get nothing.
Okay. Well, while you're here, did you want to purchase any potions? We do still have a handful available.
Um,
You got 6
No.
common, 4 greater, 6 superior. Yeah, superior at the moment.
I'm fine for now.
Very well.
At least for
Well-
myself.
I look forward to the rest of your band coming back and gracing our lovely establishment with their presence. And she
Oh,
kind
of
of gives just like a
course.
little bow and gives a nod to Oni. Thank you for your patronage today, and we look forward to seeing both of you again. You both head out and back to the guild hall.
Yeah.
Yep. If he's decided not to get anything.
Okay. Well, you guys get back first, as your time spent away was probably the shortest.
I really gotta start making sure I get like pocket change, because I keep withdrawing. Rose is gonna sucker punch me one of these days, and I'm not trying to deal with that.
5 gold. They're not even gonna notice, right?
5 gold here, then 1,000 gold here, there one day. Potato, it's all right.
No
As
one
you
will
get-
ever notice.
As you guys get back to the guild hall, what would you like to do?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. No. I think he was with y'all first, so.
Well, no, you're both. Well, yeah, it's Aerith and Oni would be the first ones back. What are you two doing?
What
Let's just go
time
get
of
something to
day
eat.
is it?
Mid-afternoon, early afternoon, like 2. Oni's heading down to the cafeteria.
Yeah, I'll do that, and then afterwards, I'm gonna start crack opening the Manual of Quickness.
Okay. Get to read. Gotcha. All right. Then, as you enter, you see Rose and Emmeline sitting at one of the cafeteria tables. They both have a empty plate of food before them and are just talking. Where did the conversation get to, Rose? What was the last subject you two were talking about?
I don't know how long it's been, but Rose, after Emmeline started explaining things about the guild, and Rose telling her that that sounds dumb, but would have told her what they've been through, I guess, for the past, well, on their side, like 6-ish years.
How much do you doctor the story? Or do you
Mm,
just go with it?
probably just go with it.
Okay.
It's been a long time since they've talked to Emily.
Okay.
At
As you
least on
guys,
their side, it's been a long time, so all of that stuff with her has kind of been a while.
right. As you guys enter, you can hear Rose talking softly about the final Archfey and taking that power of winter. I don't know how. That's probably where the subject, the story would have gotten to in the hour and a half or so that they've been gone.
Yeah.
What did they hear, Rose? 'Cause Emily's just got like a glass in front of her and is just sipping it and watching you. Her eyes flick to the right as the door opens and then back to you.
Yeah, I guess they're kind of not laying on the table, but kind of like half slumped over the table with the glass and kind of just recounting. And I guess the point, like where they come in, and Rose is just like, I mean, so yeah, it was good for him, I guess. We brought Bastille back, or took Winter away, and he was still there, and Bill Thorne's dad. And it's great. No, I'm really happy.
I mean, how did he seem like in the aftermath of that? She kind of
I
looks up and waves to Aerith and Oni.
happy. Like, he seemed really excited. He really didn't seem like he thought that was gonna happen, I guess.
Good. I'm glad. Glad it worked out for him. And it definitely
Yeah.
sounds like you've been through it.
Yeah.
For me, we were 2 months ago. Doesn't seem that long, but still a lifetime.
2 months, huh?
She just sort of like smiles and shrugs.
I am sorry about being a dick. I realize that now.
Well,
Kinda my fault. You know?
what do Oni and Aerith, as you walk into the cafeteria and head over and kind of grab a tray of food, Oni, your passive perception just high enough to be able to hear this conversation. Are you guys going to go to a different table or join them?
Different.
Aerith is going to grab his
Mhm.
plate, head over to an empty table where you can have your books out before you and kind of start beginning your research while you eat. What about you, Oni?
I mean, Oni will probably give him space, but he also doesn't want to mess up Aaron's studying, so he'll kind of sit a little bit down from Aaron, make sure he's got plenty of room for his books. Just kind of nod to everyone, like, "Hey, how's it going?"
All right.
Rose will kind of look at the both of you with an eyebrow raised, like, really? Weirdos?
Oh, if you need potions, by the way, there's a lack of them, so if if you need them, Oni says as he's beginning to eat, you might want to get to Manan's relatively soon.
They'll just kind of roll their eyes and turn back to Emily.
Smiles, nods. So, what's y'all's next plan then?
I'm sure we've got more shit to do. It's kind of endless, isn't it? I'm sure we'll be moving on.
No idea to where though?
There's something about a gold door in Akron that we have to apparently do something about.
Kind of like nods. That's one of the outer planes, right? That's Whose domain is that?
I don't really pay attention to that kind of stuff, to be honest.
That's fair. Still, that's something. I mean, you talk about going to the outer planes as casually as some of the people that live here talk about going down to the pier.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it kind of feels like that, doesn't it? If you can just kind of lifts one hand and wiggles their fingers, just poof, go to wherever the fuck you want. Magic.
That's pretty impressive. Maybe things calm down. I can get back to my studies, reach that point too. But in the meantime, I'll keep this guild afloat. Make sure y'all have home to come back to, and do everything I can. Just like y'all are.
Now, I don't remember. Did any of us besides Ken hear about the Hadrian thing? Because I remember they were trying to play it a little cool so that we didn't think we needed to go help them immediately. But do we know that he's off in another thing with Jaeger right now?
Takashi does.
Yeah, I think it was
I think
just
Takashi-
Takashi. It was only
Right.
Takashi. She confided in Takashi and said, "Don't tell the others."
Yeah.
But then, she's now kind of filled Rose in on what's going on with him because you were asking, and she was very much like he's fine. They're laying low. They're just drinking at bars, just listening to what the riffraff say.
Like I feel like the only other plan we had right now was that door. So
I mean, that's the only one that Rose really knows about, I guess.
We still got to get back to the Deo lands eventually.
Yeah, well, the main quest, I can wait.
yeah, but I'm gonna be real. Oni definitely got this as soon as the door came into the picture. Like he got a
Door.
little distracted.
Well, you have your afternoon lunch. Rose and Emmeline keep talking for probably another half an hour to an hour before Em has to return to her work.
I guess before she does leave,
Okay.
Rose will, at some point, as we're continuing to just sit and talk, and Rose will cut back to their side of stuff, and I think I kind of up a little bit too.
What do you mean?
I said that we did the 4-arch phase and winter and thorns. I didn't really go back to say goodbye. We left.
She kind of just sits a little further back in her seat, sips from her glass, sets it down.
I don't know. I don't know why I'm telling you. Like, what do you care?
No. I care. Please don't take this the wrong way, but that's kind of your move.
Ouch.
If they know
But
you,
fair.
and it sounds like they've been at your side for a while now, all it'll take is just reach out. Just don't let a mistake snowball into something that can't be fixed. Because I've seen the way you talk about them, and I could tell how important they are to you. I can also tell how much you're worried about them, and worried about what they think.
I mean, that's the problem. Is I care. too much about what they think.
I can tell you that showing that care is just going to make things easier for you. So, I know it's hard. I get it. And I appreciate your apology. I was confused there for a bit, but
Just
figured it out in my own way.
it's not your fault or anything. I just nothing happened. I was waiting for you to do something to come to me, I guess. I don't know. And it never did.
Two ships sailing in opposite directions.
That's stupid.
Hey, that's life, but we keep meeting up, and taught me a lot about myself. I used to care a lot more about what people thought. I used to speak all posh and proper because that's how the people in the big cities spoke. But there's no point in
I'm
that.
glad you dropped that. That was
I
stupid.
still find myself drifting into it from time to time, especially when I'm stressed, but this feels like me. And this feels like honoring where I come from. Be yourself. Warts and all. Apologize for them if they offend others, but don't hate yourself because you are you. That's just gonna be. And if he is that important to you, use a little bit of that, and she kind of like waves her hands in the air. Just let him know you're thinking about him.
Because,
She stands up, puts a hand on your back. You got this. I know it. You can handle this. Pats you on the back. Waves over to Aerith and Oni. Have a good day, guys.
Have a good one.
Out the door she goes, leaving Rose to deal with her words, because it's not her problem. Lunch concludes. Ken and Mia, you return from your lunch in the city. Tiny bit of a buzz, but the walk through the city, the warm air, the humidity kind of helped sober you up, and you head into the guild hall. Kind of like look around the entrance, don't see any of your friends. Head down to the cafeteria, and as you're on your way there, you see Nick dawdling down the hallway with the large bundle of Orosite in his arms, and you ways. Ah, there you are. I was just trying to find everybody. I've got my notes made on this. This is truly a spectacular piece of artificery. This is really impressive. I'm going to need you to sit down and show me how it all works.
Not a problem. Coincidentally enough, I need to find everyone because Mia here had a request.
She just bounces, and he looks at her and goes, "Now, I told you, if he says no, you have to respect that." And she kind of like goes, "But,
But he didn't say no.
he didn't say no."
Yeah,
You.
I said that, if it's just a quick trip to check everything out in regards to the arcane engine, then I'm sure that's fine, but I want to get everyone else's opinion on it as well. And then if they're fine with it, we can take a quick trip to Mechanus. But we'll have to, like I said, quick trip because we have something to take care of back in Acheron.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I just want to, like I said, I want to show you the engine and our tower and all my friends.
Okay.
Okay. And she just continues on to the cafeteria, and Nick looks at you and goes, "You know that she has hundreds of Bodron friends, right? Hundreds. They love her."
I'll try to limit the greetings to a handful and then have her give my regards to the rest.
He kind of like takes his hat off, scratches the back of his head, and Todd jumps down under his shoulder, and he goes,
Hey, Todd.
"Well, good luck with that." And he pulls his hat back on his head, dawdles into the cafeteria after her. You follow in to see Rose sitting dismayed, I'm assuming, a little bit.
If Emmeline just left, they
Yeah.
are face down, like on the table, like
Okay.
just sitting.
Aerith and Oni off
Everyone
in
else
one,
awkwardly sitting somewhere else for
yeah,
some
about
reason.
15 feet away, one of the tables.
Only like I'm imagining they probably just went like a table to the side just so they're not directly interfering with that one-on-one conversation. But only was there in case they had any questions or like he needed to chime in for anything. Like he felt bad because he was very tempted to let them know, like Helm, whenever they were talking about who's around, but he didn't want to interrupt. But felt more about their feelings than the facts.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah. All right. So Ken, as you enter, Mia, Nick ahead of you. Where are you going? Who you joining?
I guess I'll walk slowly past Rose and like, hey, you okay?
They'll sit up and look. And just, oh, hello. Fine. Emmeline. She's grown into her claws a little bit.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a good thing, honestly. Bad for my, pride, maybe.
Rose learned about their move.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. Well, have you eaten already? I want to get everyone together real quick.
Well, have it.
I guess I guess before saying now, he'll like look around to see if he spots anyone else.
There is another 2 people in one of the other cafeteria tables. There's a total of like, I want to say there's like 6, like a 3x2 arrangement of these wide, like 8-person tables. And the one furthest away from where Rose and Emmeline were sitting has like 2 people at the far end of it just talking. They have like a tray in front of them with the food, but aside from that, you guys are here by yourselves.
Okay. I guess I'll have Mia hang out. I'll go find Oni and Aerith and.
Okay, well, Oni
Oni
and Aerith
and
are
Aerith
here.
are right
Yeah.
there.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
Sorry.
All right.
Oni and Aerith are here in the room with you with 2 other adventurers. You don't have Takashi, so everybody except for Takashi's here right now.
Okay. I guess
He's out foraging.
He is.
I guess I'll wave at Oni and Aerith to have them come over, and then I guess I'll ask them about the brief visit to Mechanus, and then we'll go from there.
Well, I mean, how long is it gonna take for us to?
It's not that long. I just want to show you the engine. Well, I want to really, I want to show you the engine. I want to show you our tower, house, tower. Nick nods. It will be a tower one day, dear. Just call it a tower. Tower. And all my
Ball
friends.
tower.
Nick building a new wizard tower means he had to move.
Yeah, he is. It won't take long. Hopefully. Come on. Kind of like wiggles in her seat towards you a little bit. Aerith just like scooch. Come Come on,
Have the book
Eric.
just like slightly covering my face.
Come on. Say yes. Say yes. Say yes. 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 Yes.
What do
Yes.
you
Yes.
think,
Yes.
Omi?
Yes. 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 Yeah. Say
I mean,
yes.
I don't mind.
Yes. See.
With what we have to do, we can go. Hopefully, from Mechanus there with the teleport, right? You guys have that ability, so it's not like we have to go from a certain spot. So
Yeah. Yeah. I can get us all back to Mechanus, and that way you guys can just go from there without having to use any more strength.
If you say so. But we also need Takashi's agreement.
Okay. Where is he?
He's
she
probably out
says
in
that-
the forest looking for herbs for his pellets.
Well, because I'm a sucker for narrative timing.
I was gonna say, could I go to Manon's before?
Okay. As you all look towards the door, expecting
And
it to
expect
open for
him to run.
Takashi,
It
a
does.
moment passes, and you go, huh. And Nick goes, huh. I could have swore he was going to walk through the door. Takes a little hit
Sorry.
of smoke on his pipe. Takashi, no, you're good. You wanted to go by Manon's.
Yes, I wanted to sell the armor and then hope for 2 items that are
Okay.
relatively cheap.
All right. What are you looking for? As
A
you.
bag of holding
Okay.
and gloves of thievery.
Oh, okay. Those are definitely
Those are my favorite
doable.
gloves.
As you head back to the town, your belt pouch is laden with the herbs and mosses and minerals that you'll need to make your healing pellets. You kind of raise a hand to the guards as one walks out to meet you. He recognizes you from when you'd left earlier that day and calls back for them to open the pedestrian gate. Getting in, you traverse the city to Manon's, walk through the door. Nina perks up and goes, "Ah, more come to grace our lovely establishment. So, what can we help you with today?" And as you give her your requests, she just smiles and goes, "Oh, that's so much easier to deal with than... Yes, I actually have both of those items. We do keep a handy amount of bags of holding available for the noblemen that wish to obscure the wealth that they carry around with them. The gloves of thievery...
Only for
Kinda
good
like-
purposes, I swear.
Oh, of course, of course.
They're gonna get you put on a list, but we do have
I
them.
know.
We'll make this one
Positive
an
thievery.
anonymous sale. As well as you have... Oh, you all must have gone up against some potent foes and availed yourselves of their goods, because we had just had one of these sold to us. Well, actually, no. We didn't actually buy it, but I did price check this for Aerith. I can offer you 2,500 gold pieces for the armor. The bag of holding is going to be 250 gold pieces. Same for the
Okay.
gloves of thievery.
Perfect.
So-
I'll sell the armor
Hell
for
yeah.
both of those.
All right. Are you happy with taking platinum in payment? I find myself in abundance of it right now.
Yes, I will take platinum.
Very well. She will go and get the 2 items. She'll take the armor from you and bring it into the back room. And then she will hand you a small bag with 200 platinum in it, as well as a bag of holding and your gloves of thievery.
It's the richest I've ever been. Thank you kindly. Now I will
Very
head
welcome.
back.
Have a great day.
You as well.
And the rest of your friends. You head out into the city. Conversation within the cafeteria mulls on for another half an hour or so, as Mia kind of just shifts anxiously and asks every 5 or 10 minutes where Takashi is, and then she goes, "Should I send him a message and ask him? Would that be okay?"
Why not? Go for
Okay.
it. I'm sure he'd love to hear from you.
Takashi, you hear in your voice, "Hi, you only kind of know me. Where are you? I want to go home."
I'm on my way back right now. Just making a quick stop at Menard's.
Perks up and goes, he had to go shopping, and he'll be back soon.
Of course he did.
Kind of like,
I usually don't go shopping. What
No,
am I
I-
supposed to do? Being rude to
he
me.
came in with a list and was done in 5 minutes. He's my hero.
I hate shopping in real life, so that's exactly how I do it. It's like, all right, there's no side tangents. This is what we're getting. We're leaving.
Man after my own heart.
In and out, 10-minute adventure.
I
Yep.
get so annoyed when I shop with other people because they always stall.
It's not stalling. It's looking
It's
at your
stalling.
options.
It is stalling. We don't need to look at 12 different cakes that we aren't going to buy.
Why not? Maybe
What
you
about
will.
12 different sweaters that I would potentially
No.
buy?
No. No.
If I have to see it to know if I want it or not.
Exactly.
If you wanted it, it would have been on the shopping list.
What if I forgot that I wanted it?
Then
No.
you should have remembered.
Exactly. Obviously, it's not important enough then. Otherwise, it would have been on the list.
Bullshit.
Alright. As another 10 or 15 minutes pass, you wait, and finally the door to the cafeteria opens, and Mia swings her head excitedly and looks, and Takashi walks in, and she stands up and goes, "Will you come to Mechanus? Is it okay if we go to Mechanus?" She looks down at Ken. "I'm sorry. I gotta know. Come on. Can we?"
Just gonna look at everyone else and like, huh?
I'll,
That was exactly the reaction I wanted.
Just
I'll
say
explain
yes
the
or no.
situation.
And explains to you.
Yeah. I'll explain what's going on. And
Yes.
Yay! Okay. Alright, well then, I guess let me know when we're ready. I'm so excited.
I was hoping to get more reading done.
You can knock 2 hours off your book, Aerith. And remember that this started the reading, so you have 72 hours remaining. Or no, you have a week to get a total of 72
Yeah.
hours, right? Yeah, okay.
no, I thought it was 40 hours.
It's
Or
48.
hours, yeah. 48, cool.
we'll get there eventually.
Yeah. One of those in there
Numbers, am I
somewhere.
right?
Numbers. Alright, so as you all gather here, any last minute conversations? What's going on?
But yeah, I'll just basically reiterate, it's like we're just going to take a peek at the engine. I guess we'll see how Nick installs the crystal into the engine, and hopefully, with luck, it helps with relieving some of the effects we've been witnessing when casting higher level spells.
Yes, the wild magic. We have been seeing it occasionally as well. Strange occurrences when casting higher level. We're hoping the engine will reduce the frequency. Or at least the regulator will.
As he says that, Rose will kind of reach a hand up and, like, not cover, but like put their fingers up against the piece of stone in their neck.
Yeah, Ken, didn't you say you wanted to ask Nick about that?
Later, when we're like alone.
Mia kind of looks at you, Rose, and tilts her head sideways, but doesn't seem to make any connection with it. Just that it seemed like an odd motion.
O'Neal lift his arm up and tap where it is on Mia's. Like, come on. This is.
Oh, yeah. She kind of. Did you, Nick? Something weird. And he, oh, what is that? And he's gonna. He takes out like a small loop, like a ring with a glass inside of it, and holds it up.
Monocle?
Yeah. It's kind of like
Like
More
one of
like
those
a jeweler's
jewelers.
loop, like a little
Uh,
thicker.
A magnifying monocle.
Yeah. And he holds it up, and as you look through it, you can see these kind of like little shimmers. This is certainly arcane. When did you notice this, dear? Mia said. Ken noticed it when we got here. Didn't notice.
Rose will pipe up also a couple days ago.
And he looks over at you. You still have your hand over it?
Yeah, they'll kind of wince a little bit and then uncover it.
He jumps down off his seat. Down here, dear.
my height, please.
You have to lean over, and he goes, it's the same. Interesting. And looks over at Aerith. What do you make of this? And at Ken. What do you think?
I'm honestly not sure. Like you said, maybe it's just another effect of the magic.
A type of
Getting wild.
petrification?
It's just what it looks like. But it's not
Definitely.
spreading.
Yeah, well, it's also definitely not just skin deep. It goes further.
Oh.
Can't be flesh to stone. She would have been turned into stone.
Right, it would be acting much quicker. And it reminds me of what we were seeing in the Earthdale, so... What were you doing when this occurred? Or when you first noticed it?
Was that just teleport or plane shift? Can't remember. I think it was just teleport.
Teleport.
Yeah, teleporting to another town.
And like... Can you roll me 3d20, Kyle?
Yes, I can.
Because he rolled really bad on this intelligence check, and
Portent? Oh, terrible
Oh
portent.
my
doesn't have any good
god.
portents today. He nods. Goes,
He also has lucky.
oh, he does.
Reroll that.
Okay, that's better. And you, dear, you noticed it after we arrived here. Mia goes, uh-huh. There was a strange... I think we tripped something when we left. It could be that... the regulator's imbalanced. I need to examine it. This is
Do
concerning, but...
you want some artificer eyes on it?
Absolutely. Yes, and that would be... Star and I have been staring at this thing for the better part of 2 weeks now. So, an extra set of eyes, a couple of different intuitions, yours as well, Aerith, might be helpful in understanding what's happening here.
Man, is it too heavily Earth aspected? Because that's the only one we put in so far.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe it's because the Earth heart is the only one we retrieved, so maybe magic is having more of an earthy after effect.
That is what I am afraid of. I fear the only way to correct an imbalance like that is to incorporate the rest of the pieces. Now this, he taps the orisite still wrapped in its cloth, is a wonderful next step, but I fear things might be getting worse before they get better.
So I mean, Earth magic's buffed, does like double damage.
Kind of like, we could try it. Aerith, you wanted useful spells, correct?
Yes?
Give me 1 second.
Aerith, you have to learn Power Word Fall.
Oh my god. That's not Earth aspected.
No, but it's a good spell.
Earth adjacent.
He takes his book out and flips through his pages and gets to a single one and goes, yes. Do you know stone shape?
That's a good question. I do not.
There's a rip, and he hands you a scroll, and as you look, you see his book go, and the page gets recreated, and he hands you a scroll of stone shape. Now you two.
Awesome.
Copy that to your book, and let's see if you're onto something. He looks over.
I guess I'll.
Was Oni the one that suggested the earth aspected magic, or was it
I think
Kyle?
Takashi.
Takashi, yeah. He looks over at Takashi and gives a nod. See if... Sorry, I think we only briefly met. But if your new friend here is onto something...
New friend, I was here before Nicholas.
Well, he doesn't know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm realizing, though, that copying that's going to take a moment, and if we want answers, I might just have to do this myself. He kind of just pats his hands. Shall we do some science before we leave?
Well,
Maybe
sorry.
out of the guild hall, Emily
Yes.
might get a little upset.
Yes, no, I figured we'd find somewhere along the walls, and maybe I could thicken them or stir them up somehow. Be useful. That is, if you all want to try this before we go.
I don't see why not.
Yeah,
What could it hurt?
sure.
I can say goodbye to Kuro. That way, don't forget.
All right.
Yes. say
Meet us
goodbye to your
outside
daughter.
after you... Daughter. We'll be waiting. Come on, everybody. Yeah. Okay, but then we're gonna go home, right? We're gonna go back to Mechanus. Looks at Ken with like wide eyes of excitement and pleading.
Yes. After we confirm what's going on with this, then yes, we can head out once everyone's together.
Yay! And she just wraps her arm around yours, pulls you in close. I've missed you.
I've missed you too.
Let's go watch Nick move rocks. Takashi, you head to find your daughter as the rest of the troop heads to the training area out back.
Also, as we head out there, Rose will walk up as we were walking and walk alongside Mia and kind of like look at her, just, hey,
Yeah?
I know you want to go to Mechanus.
Mm-hmm.
I could do plane shift too. Do you want to? I could do it so that you don't have to.
Kind of like, I mean, if you want, that'd be fine. I figured that if I cast the spell, then you guys could have the magic. I won't need it once I'm home, but yeah, I'm good either way. I'm happy. She kind of like reaches into her pocket and pulls out this piece. Okay. Describing something that comes from the celestial world in the material plane. The metal that it looks like it's made of, it's a bar of metal that halfway down the middle looks like somebody grabbed both sides and just spun it in opposite directions. It's like corkscrewed perfectly down the middle, and then the left end kind of splays out into a long two-pronged fork. And as she kind of holds it in her hand, it's about 10 inches or so long. She goes, this brings us home. That's what Nick said. I just need to focus on it and cast the spell, and it'll bring us home. Nick nods. Yes. That is the key home.
What is it?
It's a tuning fork, actually intended for plane shift. Should make the ride a little bit smoother. Not that it was ever too haphazard to begin with.
Yeah, all right. And Rose will take it.
She kind of smiles as you take it out of her hands. I do need it back though, because
Yeah.
Okay. She just scurries on with Ken. You head on through the guild hall and out into the back yard. Takashi, can you roll me an investigation check to find your daughter?
I'm assuming I can hear her muttering, complaining about the toilets.
complaining about the toilets. She, as you find her, she's kind of like in her room, and she's looking down at a pile of papers. And you kind of like, you walk up to the door, and you can hear, I know they're trying. I know. And I know everyone here is doing their best, but I miss my life. I miss my home.
I'm sorry to
Takes
bother you.
a deep breath as the door opens, and you start that, and she turns around and roll me an insight check.
Doing so many rolls.
I know. Try
Oh my
Nice
god.
rolls.
Nah,
She looks startled. Oh, Dad, good to see you. No trouble at all. I was just she turns back towards it and like rubs her face a little bit. I was just going over some papers that Miss Emmeline asked me to look over about some of the more complicated legal agreements between her and the adventurers, making sure that everything has good coverage both ways. Just she knows what I used to do, so trying to play to my strengths. Welcome. This is the room they set me up with. It's not much, but it's home for now.
It's homely. I just wanted to stop by and say goodbye before we leave again.
And it just sighs and nods. All right. Hopefully nothing too dangerous.
I have no idea. Something, we're gonna look into a door and then we want to make a quick stop at McKenna's for Ken's fiance's wants to show us something or other. But yeah. And then I am trying. I know you want to go home. I am trying.
She kind of like, oh, sorry, that was. I know you are. I know. And I know that it's safest here for me. She stands up and kind of like moves towards you.
So, you want a goodbye hug, or have you outgrown this?
Her eyes kind of well up. I would love a goodbye hug. And she just, like a child, leaps into your arms and kind of pulls you in close. Takes like an inhalation, just smelling, kind of like nuzzles in, and in that moment,
Probably smell like dirt.
and bear, a little bit like a bear.
A wet bear.
Got him.
Oh, bunch of wow. But in that moment, the woman you hold in your arms turns into the young girl, and you kind of just pull her in a little closer, and you remember your wife. You remember that life. She holds you for just a moment longer and then squeezes tightly. Thank you. That's piece of home. That was what I needed. Takes your hand in hers. I know it's complicated, and I'm still trying to figure it all out, but you'll always be my dad.
Just give her a nice smile back and squeeze her hand.
Okay, now be safe, and I will see you next time I see you.
Stay safe as well.
He smiles and nods. You hear what sounds like outside. Koro turns around and heads over to the window and pulls open the blinds, and you follow in, kind of stand over her shoulder and look down. And in the yard, you guys, as you head out, follow Nick. He, holding his spellbook in his hand, and heads over to the wall, this piece of the back wall that was not knocked down, but it's just kind of fallen down. It's mostly like heavy laid stone with mortar between it, and there was one part that was just knocked over at the top. It's kind of near where Fred's pen is, so you don't really think anyone's going to climb into the guild yard through where the giant crocodile lives. Not been a big concern for repairs, but Nick knows of it and heads over there. And
All right, well, this will be as good a place as any to see how this works. All right. Now, normally, it's about 5 feet in any dimension, so we'd have to use this twice to fix this wall, and let's see what we can do.
takes his hand with the spellbook open to the same page, kind of holds his hand out, speaks an incantation that comes out with this deep bellowing reverberation, and as he does, the stones in the wall begin to shift, not in a 5x5, but in a 10x10, as the entire section of the wall that is kind of half fallen down and crumbled reassembles itself. These little threads of stone reach up from beneath the dirt and poke through the soil, and wham, wham, wham into the wall to fill in those gaps. As Nick closes his eyes, he closes his fist as it finishes and goes,
That was definitely more powerful.
Man, that would be really useful if I knew any stone or earth-based magic.
Yes, well, let me see what I have here. I might be able to pass over to Aerith. Do you know the magic stone cantrip?
Why?
Because I can teach it to you. If you have
What
time,
about
of course.
something against flying creatures? Because I thought I had something, but I didn't really.
Powerward
recall.
fall.
And I do have
Earth
quite...
Bind.
Grasp. Probably wants that
Other-
one. It's earth based.
Earthbind, Earthen Grasp, Power
Something
Word
like-
Fall. Let's see.
I have
Wall of
Earth
Stone.
Grasp.
Yep.
What about this
You have
power
Earth
word
Band.
fall?
There was an invention of mine. It's very useful.
Right, sure, let's see. As long as
Teach
you
me
promise...
earthquake. Destroy the earth.
Where, what? Oh, I'm in.
Would meteor storm count as earth based?
No, isn't it fire based?
It's both,
Well, you-
technically.
Just doubles the size of the meteors.
All right.
Yikes.
So I'm gonna go ahead and send
Twice
this
as
to you
many
on
meteors.
Discord as he flips open his book again and gets to another page, tears that page out. How many pages can you take from his book a day again?
Let me pull up my sheet. Never really used that feature.
Right. That's why I'm using it.
I appreciate it.
Oh, I can't learn earthquake.
It had to be
Charges.
third or low. It's fine. It's fine. So he has 3 charges. He can do it 3 times. And I'm gonna bump that up to just 4th or lower. So he will tear out Power Word Fall and hand that to you as well.
Just make sure that you copy them into your spell book, otherwise you will just be expending them from this page.
I will do so.
Will
Um,
you?
In addition, one of the more useful ones that I know of for keeping flying creatures bound to the ground is known as Earthbind, and is a 2nd level spell, so it's a little easier to cast when you're trying to conserve your strength. If you want, I can get you that scroll as well.
I mean, I have Earth and Grasp, which is a second
Well,
level.
they are different. Earthen Grasp is very useful for... let's see. It can deal damage, it helps bind and restrain, but Earthbind will permanently, or through your concentration, reduce a creature's flying speed to 0, making it so they cannot fly at all. They will be bound to the very soil.
What other
So,
fancy spells like Power Word Fall do you have?
quick glyph ward, quick look, time stasis, reveal action, power word fall. The quick band-aid. You can give him the quick band-aid. Do you have an 8th level spell slot?
No, I don't even have 7.
Oh. Well,
I
no
think I'm
magic
the only one who can.
amplification sigil for you.
Yeah.
I'm the only one who can cast 8th level spells.
I could either, if you're talking about my personal inventions, I have created a quick glyph ward that doesn't last as long or isn't as powerful as a glyph of warding, but can still provide some interesting effects, as well as my quick look divination, which you saw me use a few times while we were traveling together.
You know what? I'll take Earthbind. I'm gonna be dealing with a lot of dragons anyway.
Yes, I know you will. I remember there's been a severe lack of dragons since I left. How many have you fought since I left? I'm just curious.
Fought the
1?
Oberon?
one
Yeah, we kind of came across a
Verdant
Fey dragon.
dragon.
species. Yeah, we classified it as a Fey dragon. Ugh, that was something.
What spell level is Power Word Fall?
It is a 4th level spell.
4th level.
So I think it's the same level as Earthbind.
Earthbind is 2nd level.
Stone Shape.
Or
is
sorry,
4th.
the Earthen Grasp. or
Earthen
whatever.
Grasp is also 2nd level.
Is it?
Stone
Yeah.
Shape.
Yeah, Power
is
Word
4th
Fall is
level.
4th level just because there is no save. Like,
Ah, yeah, that's true.
both of the other ones have a save against them, but that one is get the fuck down.
Get over here.
They just fall.
Is it enchantments or evocation?
It is that's a good question.
It's not transmutation. Conjuration?
Should be for Power Word Fall.
Yeah.
All,
Yeah, it should be
probably.
enchantment. Yeah, it'd be School of Enchantment.
Just gonna add that in.
Yeah,
what's
it
the-
wasn't actually in there. We never thought about it.
Because I like the description, it just says choose one creature within range, and I'm just like,
Yeah,
what's the
yeah.
range?
Or
120
fall
feet.
range on 20 feet.
20 feet. Da, 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 da. And its duration is how long?
Instant.
Oh, instant?
Yep,
Yeah,
it's
I
a
can
action
copy
cast,
this.
and they hit the ground, and they can technically take back off, but it doesn't cut their wings or anything. But
Yep, they keep
it
falling.
just makes them fall. They go.
I can't fucking spell.
You can also use it on yourself to prevent fall damage.
Fall over Astra's alien. Power Word Fall.
So the only damage they take is just falling.
No, they
No, they don't take
damage.
any fall damage.
Oh, they don't take
It's
any.
literally they just fall.
They just slowly
Just
fall.
If something's trying to fly away, there is no save against that, so it just works.
Components.
No components.
No components.
It's
Well,
just
vocal.
Verbal somatic.
yeah, it's
verbal.
verbal. That's it. It's just fall.
Magic word is banana peel.
Banana peel. All right. So as Nick does his experiments and finds that stone magic does actually seem, or earth-based magic does actually seem to be a little bit more reactive and potent than he was expecting, he nods. Well, it further drives home the possibility that the regulator may be having adverse effects. But boons.
Yeah, there's no save against it.
Hell yeah. That description is Earth. No, that's Earthbind.
What description?
The one you put in for Power Word Fall. Did I paste the wrong one to you? I did. I'm sorry. That was my fault.
You did.
I did. I don't. Man, my brain is
How
pudding.
dare you?
That would be why you didn't see the
Jeez.
range or the.
No, I didn't.
There we go. I
Yeah.
edited it.
Yeah, Kyle just has the description like right
Right,
here.
right above it.
Well, because Cade sent me one
In Discord, I sent it to him, yeah.
so-
I just copied the wrong one. I copied Earthbind. All right. So, as you talk with Nick and he tears a couple more pages out of his book, you still have to take the time to scribe them. You haven't done that yet. But you now have those 3 scrolls. Takashi, you kind of look down and seeing your friends nod there. Koro looks over at you. All right, well, they're fixing the wall? Seems like an odd use of their time.
I think they're testing to see if Earth magic is stronger now. It's complicated. It needs something about Earthdale and stuff.
All right, well, I will let you get to it then. Gives you one more quick hug. Take care of yourself.
I will. Stay safe and good luck on getting sewage and toilets and plumbing.
It's at least a good distraction. Keeps me busy. All right. You head out.
I
Head
was gonna
down
say,
to meet
for
up.
shits and giggles, could I jump out the window?
Yeah, absolutely. Open the window. It's second story, but it's only 15, 20 feet. Make me an acrobatics check.
Oh my.
Or I could be even funnier and just fall through the floor with the ghost tattoo.
Disappear.
It's your call. Whatever you want to do.
Roll another one and twist your ankle.
Don't do that. I believe in you.
Out the window.
You, as she says goodbye to you, you step towards the window, and she kind of cocks her head to the side. And as you open the window, the look of a 12-year-old girl looking at her father about to do something ridiculous and stupid crosses her face, and you just
Oh, that was a
smile at
field agent.
smile at the memory because you did crazy stuff like this all the time, and it's just who you are. And you leap out the window, hitting the ground with a tuck and roll. You hit your feet, get to your feet, and she just waves down. Love you, Dad. Be safe, everybody. As you all hear and turn around, you see Takashi roll onto his feet and look up, see Koro waving down from the second floor of the guild hall.
Just give her a wave back and smile.
Show
Okay.
off.
What? I'm allowed to show off.
Yeah, I didn't say that you weren't. Doesn't mean I can't make fun of you for it.
Why don't you show off literally every chance you have?
And you are free to your abilities to call me out on it.
Uh-huh. Now, are we going to Mechanicus then? Is that what's been decided?
I think
Good.
Mia might explode if we don't.
I
And I may mean literally.
Yes. She's kind of like bouncing at your side, Rose looking down at the fork.
Ready.
Why did my mind think of pineapple on a fork?
Pineapple.
Or is it a pear? Whatever it was, is like a fruit on a fork, and it's just the guy eating it.
That is the plane. It's just
Oh,
fruit on a fork.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's what it was.
You got the key, Mia. Or Rose, sorry.
Yep.
Nick.
Just looks around at everybody, just ready.
Yep.
Let's go. Time to see another new plane of existence.
Yeah.
Add another to the list.
Yeah.
Man. Emily was saying that it's kind of insane that we just do this stuff and like it's nothing. And it kind of is, isn't it? I think take it for granted a little bit.
Yeah. If any of us decide to write a biography, uh, not sure if people would even probably call bullshit on it being a factual retelling.
How many adventurer journals got turned into like fiction stories because they thought it was too outrageous to have actually happened?
Yeah.
They're just
Ah,
like,
boy.
there's no way 5 people got resurrected.
The
Times.
gods.
Multiple times.
Multiple
Face to
times.
face with their gods.
Mhm.
One boy.
Sheared parts of their souls off to, craft unique items and weapons for them to save the world.
Such a bunch of
Just an average
bullshit.
Tuesday.
Yeah,
It's
one
just an
boy,
average Tuesday.
one child being saved by the dragon god, and in fact, somehow turning into a dragon himself.
One of them's now like pretty much the Fey Queen almost. You pretty much are because you took out Titania.
Yeah.
You
And
might
all
not have
but
the title,
power, I guess.
I mean,
Mia
everyone's
goes,
been
you
stayed.
you won without the powers.
Mm-hmm.
Did you really need it in the first place?
The power of friendship the
Yeah.
whole time.
yeah.
The power of friendship and incredible violence.
Yes.
I mean, that comes with friendship.
What kind of friends
the
do you
moral
have?
of any story with D&D involved.
Nee.
Sorry, I'm waiting on Rose.
As soon as
Oh,
everyone
okay.
is ready, they'll do it.
All right. As you link hands, Rose takes out the fork and begins casting the spell. You hear that incantation go off, and the fork in your hand heats up, not to like a burning temperature, but just warms up from the magic, and then you can hear this gentle ringing through the air. And as that ringing goes out, you see that same of the dome create itself. But this time, it just sort of like, it's like reality just gets pushed, shatters, recoalesces, and you're there. Almost like within the span of a heartbeat. It all. And as you appear in this abstract how to describe it, because I have like a picture in my head. You're in a clearing about 40 foot, no, actually probably about 200 foot square. Off into one side of it, there is a small stone kind of round hut, it looks like. It doesn't really have a roof on it, but it looks like it's about 30 or 40 feet in diameter from this direction. At the edges are these perfectly sheer, like, blocks that raise up at abstract kind of layers, I guess. It's kind of like being in the middle of a Lego building, but the Legos are all just a little offset from each other, so everything is very like jutted out here, but they're these big square stones that line the side with this one tower. And as you all arrive, Mia runs around and goes, "Okay, we're home. Everybody, we're home!" And she calls out, and you hear her voice echo through the space, and the door in the distance opens and Stir steps out. Nicholas kind of dawdles away from everybody, and in this moment, Rose, you look around and it feels like everywhere within, what do we got here, 20 feet is accessible to you. You could be anywhere within 20 feet in an instant. What do you do?
Is the tower within 20 feet?
No, it's about
No.
150 feet away from you. But if you wanted to, you guys see as Rose appears, kind of has the fork in their hand still as the ringing subsides and the heat fades, and as they look over towards the tower and Mia calls out, Stir opens the door, and then Rose just teleports 20 feet.
What the hell?
Probably the wild magic stuff going off again, if I had to guess.
Ah. Shit.
Magic's janked, and it's a lot of fun.
At least that was a cool one, and not like a fireball as they
Explosion.
pieced out on us.
For the next 50 or so seconds, you can teleport 20 feet as a bonus action.
Whee! Teleport.
Freely. Rose just starts jumping around. Oni, you and Takashi take in this space, but your passive perceptions, you are immediately drawn to something else. Above you, shining down like the sun itself, illuminating this space in a radiant, kind of multicolored light. You all had arrived here, and it just sort of looked like midday, kind of looked like mid to late day in the Feywild with the auroras going on, and it didn't strike you too odd. But Oni and Takashi both look up, and you see a star burning above you. This radiant, white, opalescent beacon letting out solar flares in these arcs, pulses at an impossible distance above you. And around it, you can see 3 rings spinning at different patterns, twisting, kind of undulating around each other, and occasionally they all line up and make this one, like, 3 deep ring before they click away. And you can swear that one of those rings has a small orange point of light spinning around behind it, leaving this very faint orangish trail, almost like the threads in a ball of yarn being woven around this star. And as you both kind of look up, Nicholas looks at you and goes, "Magnificent, isn't it? The heart of magic. The engine."
A lot bigger than I thought.
Yes, that's what I said too. Imagine making a ring to fit around it.
You're making a Dyson sphere.
It's pretty much what it is, yeah.
That's amazing.
Stir walks over as Rose kind of teleports around occasionally, just enjoying that freedom, that connectivity, before finally that fades away and you're stuck to just your feet, Rose. Friends, welcome to Mechanus. I see Mia was successful in luring you all here. Mia goes, where is everybody? Don't worry, I'm sure they heard you. They'll be here soon enough. We have them working on some of the construction on the, He looks down at Nick as Nick is taking out the Orosite. It's the receptor for the heart of life. And he walks over and Nick holds it up. Truly magnificent. It's Ken has been explaining some of its functions to me and how it was originated. And hands it up to Stir, who runs his hands along it. This will do nicely. Come on into our home. Let us get you comfortable. I will summon a few of the Modrons, and we will have this installed within the hour. And Mia goes, yeah. Hold on. And she looks up at the air, and then she points, and you follow her finger as a single line or single point turns into like a dotted line of these strange mechanical creatures, all with odd numbers of arms and legs, some of them with one eye, some of them with many eyes, some of them with no eyes, just big ears. But they all fly in on wings or tiny beads of light and start landing all around Mia. He goes, "Hi, everybody. Okay, so these are the friends I was telling you about." And she turns around and goes, "This is Aerith, and let's see. I'm trying to remember which one she traveled with. She can get you guys first. Ken would probably be the last because she saves the best for last. So this is Aerith
Oni.
and Oni and the Takashi and I think your name's Rose, right?
Mhm.
They're new. But they're
What?
they're
Hey,
friend. They're friend.
I have been here
And
since the
of
beginning.
course, this is Ken. She's not paying attention to you. And she grabs a couple of the Modrons, one of the ones that doesn't have any eyes. It just has one big ear, like on the front of its head. And she grabs it by one of its 3 hands, and it kind of like flitters across the space with these little fairy wings. And she pulls it over, and goes, Ken, this is X055. And the Modron goes, "Hello, nice to meet you."
Hello, new friend. My name's Ken Silverlight. It's good to meet you as well.
Heard many things. Holds out one of its arms, and like the hand at the end is all like long fingered, only has 3 fingers and no thumb, but it wraps its hand around yours and shakes it. "Many good things. Good to meet." See how I like him. And then this, and she literally is just going to start picking them up and naming them to you.
No. Wow,
Yeah.
this is awful.
Well, you don't have to say, but I want to introduce
I
them to
was
Ken.
about to leave. Yep. Have fun with that, Ken. Claps him on the shoulder.
Yeah, good luck with that.
This is Vector 87, and one of the ones with 6 eyes goes, "Greetings, I am Vector."
Good
What
to
are the
meet
rest
you.
of you doing?
Follow Nicholas.
Yeah.
I guess Rose goes over to Stir.
Okay. Stir is kind of like, he's standing next to Nick right now, and they're both watching this at a distance with a big smile on their face, and he's got the ore sight in his hands, and he looks down at you. "Hello? Are you one of their companions?"
Of their yes, I suppose. One of the Wanderers of Starlight.
Wait, yes.
Original
you-
member.
Right, I do. No, wait. Was Stir there?
Probably not.
Yep.
Yeah, he was. He's like,
Ah.
"I do. Yes, you were the one that yes. You showed up on Acheron before we left."
How shook would Rose be if somebody was like, "Well, actually, Kito was one of the original members." Kitoji, our boy Kitoji,
No.
killed.
Your name is not Taslin. You were not one of the originals.
I mean, Stir was mistress. Like, she probably saw a bunch of weird shit. Just occasionally looking in on them, like,
What a bunch of
Judging.
weirdos. These guys are fucking freaks.
Or like, these are who the other gods chose? Really?
But sorry. He'll just nod. Yes. I have vague memories of helping, kind of like your back. There's a tattoo there.
Yeah. Wait.
I understand. Right. You were
What?
one of. It's complicated. Who I am is not who I was, and who I was is responsible for why that is as powerful as it is. Kind of like rolls his lips underneath his mustache and beard. Try to get his token out so I can.
Okay. I'm not really sure what to say to that.
Right.
This whole everything is confusing as hell. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I think
He
they've
ki-
tried to explain it, and I don't.
do not know what this is. And he kind of weighs the orsight in his hand. Why you're here?
Well, no, okay, I know the Orsight. We put that shit together to stabilize magic or something.
It's to help, yes. We
Kind of
are.
missed the whole everything before that, I guess.
Oh. He hasn't told you who I am, who she is. Kind of points to Mia.
I think there were vague mentions, but again, I don't really get it.
Things happened on your world, and Mistra, the goddess of magic, in an effort to keep them together, strained herself too hard. She became us. I, the knowledge and control of Mistra, and she, the power and spirit. We are two parts of the god of magic, now separated. And she... He kind of looks at Mia.
Same person, but not really.
We are like kin, brother and sister. She does not have the memories that I carry, and I do not have the power needed to be Mistra. Together, in an effort to maintain our individuality, we are trying to create a regulator to do what we used to do together. This is a huge part of that regulator, offering another balance to the arcane wheel. He kind of looks at Mia and Ken as Mia's picking up Modrons that are like the size of a small dog and holding them in front of Ken's face, and they all speak with this kind of like nasally, tinny, very flat voice. Now, hello, I am random name. He smiles, and it's all for love, the strongest of things. A god gone. A force of power that has been around forever. Now will one day die. Nick kind of looks up, which is why we build the regulator, so that when our time finally comes to an end, magic continues. Tell me, when you look at them, would you not fight and risk all for them?
For them, or if I were in their situation.
If empathy is what you need to make a judgment call, then that, but you have traveled with Ken for many, many months. Look at how happy he is. How happy are you right now, Ken, as Mia is introducing you to every Modron?
I guess from a scale to 1 to 10, he's at about 7.5, about an 8.
What Modron
he's
number
enjoying.
is he on?
Yeah,
73.
slightly tempered.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
he's enjoying himself. I'll say that he's like at a 7.5 out of 8, or 7.5 out of 10 in happiness.
Let me see. Oh, that's actually pretty cool looking. Oh, I really like that. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna make one little retcon. So, the area you're in is still made of stone and metal. It's flat, but the opening isn't above you. It's kind of out away from the house. It's along one of the sides as you stand in the middle of a massive ring. These two, like the top and the bottom are both moving, and from your perspective, it really just looks like the top is moving much faster. But these two cogwheels kind of turning against each other. And I'm gonna post this picture because I really like this picture, and this is actually like lore of the Clockwork Nirvana of Mechanus. Oh, that was, it didn't copy what I wanted. And I always just hit paste and trust, and I shouldn't trust.
Never
Didn't
trust yourself.
So you're kind of like looking out at this star as it spins in geosynchronous orbit above the side that you're looking out from. Within,
No,
That's actually
that's cute.
sick.
right? It's super cool. Or would it be the, yeah. Or would it be that house? I don't know. I'll think about it. Anyway, I thought about the narrative of what was happening in Mechanus, not the details of what it looked like so much. But yeah.
Rose looks out at Ken and Mia doing that whole thing and kind of sighs a little bit. Just, yeah, it's kind of. It's the happiest I've seen him, I think. Like, he's usually pretty down to do what we need to do, but he was never really happy.
There just sort of nods. My plan was to bring her back here, and for both of us to cease and to become Mistra once again.
I mean, that would be the responsible thing to do, wouldn't it?
I thought so. But your friends, these wanderers of starlight, convinced me otherwise. Each and every one of them willing to take these risks. Willing to risk the world for the happiness of one mortal. Who now? I think that is definitely worth fighting for. Nick just sort of nods sagely along with it. Three of the Modrons break away from Mia as Stir raises a hand towards them, and they float over. Stir goes, I need you to take this up. No, don't worry. I need you to take this up to the Delta Ring and install it in the correct place. You know where it goes. They look at it. Of course, Stir. Good lads. Be quick about it. And one of them takes the ore sight in 4 of his arms and begins to drift up while the other 2 drift with him. It'll take them some time to reach the regulator. We should have half an hour or so to let them go through what they need. Come, let me make you some tea.
Right. Give me the tour.
Yes.
Let's talk.
Stir will. Who follows Stir and Nick and Rose? Because I assume Rose is going with them.
Well, no. Nick wanted me to put some artificer eyes on the engine, or are the engine and the regulator 2 separate
They are.
items? Okay.
So the engine is the star that is
Right.
burning, and the regulator is the Dyson ring around the star.
Okay. He wanted me to get eyes on the regulator.
Yeah, you'll have to wait until they're done installing the thing anyways, though. You got time to meet every single Modron in existence.
As everyone's walking away, Nick raises a hand and goes, "Whenever you're done, we're going to be in the tower. I've got those plans, Ken. Looking at it with your eyes might be a little tricky, but I've got diagnostic plans that you can go over." Because I'm realizing now that that's what he would probably mean. Just
alright.
whenever you have time, no rush there, dear.
This is what you signed up for. Bye, Ken.
Have a good day.
Mm.
Yeah, and then this one's actually, it's a twin. This one is S087, and this one's S037. I don't know why it's not S086 or S036, but that's what they named themselves. And they go, hello.
Hello to you both. Ken's still, happy, but he's like,
Yeah. The rest of you follow
I signed up for this.
Stir and Nick in, and as you enter in the cottage door, the exterior is built of the same kind of stone and metal that the gear that you're standing on is built. It's low ceilinged at the moment. It's only about 12 feet tall, and as you enter in, you kind of come into this atrium entryway with doors to the left and the right, and the hallway stretches out into a central area. And at the far end, you can see where there is a spiral staircase that goes up currently to nowhere, and a bunch of sitting areas, like chairs, bookshelves, and a fireplace along one side. Nick heads in and dawdles into the room on the right and goes, I'll get the tea started. Go make yourselves comfortable. And Stir leads you guys into the sitting area. Goes, snaps his fingers, and the fireplace alights with this warm and bright opalescent fire. And he sits down in a comfortable chair that looks like it's kind of been built for his size. And next to it is one that was built to Nick's size. And next to that is one that was built to Mia's size. And he kind of motions for you all to sit on the couches and love seats that are available for guests.
Are they all Nick's size?
They're all normal human size, so they'd be Aerith sized?
Aw, that's fun.
I
It would
know.
have been hilarious to have a little tiny, a love seat that's already, small couch become a small chair instead.
This is it, huh?
So far, we are improving on it every day. As we work on the regulator, we work on our homes, we work on ourselves, and we stay busy.
Well, this is very exciting. I
Nick
guess.
comes out with a tray. Tea for everybody. Here you are. Here you are. The next, let's say, hour is spent as Nick and Stir fill you guys in on the construction here. Ken, you are finally relieved of duty. And Mia, having introduced you to enough of her friends, brings you inside and shows you around. The room on the left is actually their bedroom. It's kind of like a Goldilocks situation. There's a mama bear, or a mama bed, a daddy bed, and a kid-sized bed. Uh, and she goes, Nick says that we'll all have our own rooms once the tower's a little bit bigger, but for now we all sleep in here. It's pretty comfortable. I like having friends nearby when I'm sleeping. It's less lonely. This is the kitchen. This is where Nick does his cooking and preparation and makes sure that we are all fed with whatever he can get his hands on from the Modrons here. And Nick just sort of goes, it's mostly just condensed magic. It's mostly condensed magic, but it works. And then she steps back out from the door. And these rooms aren't particularly big. They're maybe like 10 foot by 8. And then she heads down the hallway. And then this is our living room where we live. That's the fire. And these are the books. And this is my seat. And she sits down in the big kind of comfy chair for her. And she goes, wait. And she scooches over really far to one side and pats on it. Sit with me.
Okay. I guess he'll sit down and adjust so she's comfortable as well.
Kind of squeeze in, and as you do, she goes, wait. Stands up and just sits down on your lap. Okay, that's better. Okay, everybody.
Yep.
We're all here. Everybody's here. Yay. She looks around. She grabs a little teacup and goes, it is really nice, like you said, Nick, that we could have friends visit, talk. You guys spend time talking with Mia, communicating and telling her about what you've been through in more than just 25 words or less. You spend probably another hour or two here before your internal clock starts to tick on, Ken. Rose is starting to get a little antsy. They just don't like sitting still for too long.
All right. All right. Nick, if you wanted me to look at that regulator,
Yes.
can we knock that out real quick?
Sure. Just here, come on over here. And he heads over into the bedroom area, and pulls out a pile of pages, probably about 30 or 40. Roll me an intelligence check to flip through them.
Ring of Puzzles Wit.
Okay. 22. You flip through the pages, and there's a lot of arcane information here. A lot of the, like, heavily draconic incantations that are used to describe the magical effects. And you guys spend probably another 40 minutes or so talking with Stir while Nick and Ken go over things, and Mia gives him his space and talks with you guys. She's who knows how much the hobby means to him. It's interesting, and you do have a couple of points where you mention, especially in the Ring of Life and Death, that the changes that you've made to the aura site and how it works might work better. And so there's some points where you annotate for him, like, small little mana circuit diagrams for him to try installing. Nick nods along, kind of following as best he can. It's interesting. While looking at it, you would think that air would be a balance to fire or to earth, but the rings aren't constructed that way. The rings are constructed earth and fire, air and water, life and death. You ask Nick, and he just nods and goes, I couldn't get Stir to tell me why, and he says that's just the way it is.
I see. So, when we do decide to head back to the Dales, we should probably prioritize fire. That way it can balance Earth out, and whatever this earthy effect that's afflicting me and Rose will subside, hopefully.
It's possible. That would make sense, wouldn't it? If they are two opposite ends of the ring.
Okay, I'll make sure to let everyone else know, and we'll prioritize the fire dell once we're back.
If my memory serves, it should have been the one right next door. So hopefully we can get that taken care of.
Right.
Thank you, Ken, for doing all of this.
Well, no, this is. You don't have to thank me. If I had the opportunity to do this, I'll do it regardless.
He just sort of takes a deep breath through his nose and nods. Well then, I can let you get on with it. Safe travels, friend.
Yeah. Hey, best of luck to you and Stir on getting everything set up here. We'll try to keep in contact. Well, I'll make sure to keep in contact with Mia, and then once we get a hold of the fire crystal, you'll be the first to know.
Very good. Kind of like looks down back at the pages, then his head snaps up and he looks over at Stir, and Stir nods. Yes, I just got the message too. And Mia chimes up. They're there! They're there! They're there! Come on, guys. She grabs you by the hand, Ken, pulls you out the door. You gotta watch.
Oh, okay. Alright.
Head outside the small cottage that will one day be a tower, and look out from the gap into the star.
Someday.
As the rings spin impossibly fast, but so slowly here. You watch, you see that one bead of orange light tracing itself around, and then from one of the other rings, this spark of white, kind of almost light blue light flares out in a straight beam like a pulsar into space off of the ring, just before it retreats back into itself, and there are now 2 lines being left behind as the rings twist and twirl around each other. You guys stare out at it, and as a moment passes, Mia goes, "Wait for it, wait for it." This wave of pressure and wind washes over you, and it smells like the Feywild. I know, Graham. I hear you. Go outside. It smells of fresh air and wind, of soil and of blood, of sweat and life. You take a deep breath and you feel a kind of warmth fill you, and Mia smiles and looks over at Ken. So pretty.
Yeah, it's a breathtaking view. And we're gonna make it even more beautiful.
I know you will.
We're gonna complete this and gonna make sure everyone's magic is safe to use again.
She smiles. I know we will. Okay. She smiles, like, she kind of like pouts a little bit, deflates into herself, and shakes her head and goes, "No, no, okay. You have to go. You got places to be, things to do. This has been really fun. It's been so nice." Her eyes go wide. "Wait!" And she runs into the house. A moment passes. She runs back out. She has a fork in her hand. She hands it to you. "In case you ever want to see me."
Okay, thank you. I will definitely keep this somewhere very close to me.
She kind of just giggles and smiles. Leans in and steals a big kiss. Pulls you in closer. You guys watch for an awkward moment. Okay. Save the world.
You got it.
Now, just because I have a narrative point that I want to get to, and I'm pretty sure I know where you guys are going next. Is there anything you guys want to do between here and the Golden Door?
About that.
Ah, no.
I don't have any spell slots.
What?
What did you do?
Because I used my 7th level when we came out of the Feywild. And my 8th level to get here.
Did you do that on purpose? Is that why you
Pretty
told?
sure she did.
Oh my
Oh
god!
no, Ken, you're gonna have to spend a whole night with your girlfriend. Damn it.
Nick
Well,
kinda-
That just means now you have to.
Now you get
You have to call Thorn now.
That's not fair.
This is a hell of your own making.
As you all look to Rose to teleport you to Acheron, with what is the look on Rose's face right now? Because I have a shit-eating grin in my face, in my head.
It's after all of that, it's kind of a little guilty, but at the same time, yeah, it's just like, oh dang, oh no.
I mean, I could hit
Yeah.
us to. Oh no.
No,
Actually,
'cause,
I can't.
you can't plane shift with us. You have to be with us and be the focus.
Nick, do it?
I could get you all there and get me back.
Oh, dang it. We're just gonna have to stay a night so Ken can spend time with his girlfriend.
He said, "Aw, dang it." Shucks.
Shucks. What
Nick
a
Oh,
bother.
darn.
Stir kind of sighs and goes, "She would be happy if you stayed, and it depends on how tight things are for you all. There isn't really room, but you have your mansion, and it should work as well here as it does anywhere else. You are
You
welcome."
can even join us in the mansion so you don't have to stick around.
Oh, I figured I'd at
You-
least have some food.
Well, you might want to sleep in. They haven't seen each other in a while.
Oh no, I'm sleeping wherever Ken sleeps. If
No,
you say,
I'm not talking to you. You and Ken are staying here.
okay, I'm good with that too. And Nick goes, "Well, if that's the
Sure has
case."
to have enough insight to realize what she's insinuating.
Yeah, he does. He does. He didn't pick up the who was where at first. He thought Mia would be with Ken.
She will.
And in the mansion, in Ken's room,
No.
in the mansion. That was the misunderstanding. Nick kind of goes, "If that's the case, then I think I'll be reusing my old room in the mansion as well. If you all wish to stay, I can. It would put me behind for a day's work on the tower, but I can bring us
Sorry,
all
no
to
choice.
Mechanus and back."
Nope.
He has just been looking at Ken. It's Ken's call.
Yeah, let's pop open the mansion.
Yay! She kind of runs around in a circle. Okay, oh wow. I don't know. Should we talk? We did everything we had planned, Nick. You said we could have tea, we could talk, if we could spend a few hours, and you'd show. What do we do for a night? I mean, I know what I do tonight. Looks at Rose. But what do we do now?
I'm gonna go read. Bye.
Hang out. You
Alright.
hang out with each other. You haven't seen each other in a week. Talk about. You don't even have to talk about like what has been going on recently. You can just talk about stuff. Everything, anything.
I'd like that. We could talk about our wedding.
Yeah.
Yay. Okay.
Literally anything.
Okay.
Okay.
All right,
We're
Aerith,
leaving.
you
Goodbye,
said you're
have
going to
fun.
read, right? Where are you going to read?
In the mansion.
Okay, so as Aerith turns to open the mansion, you don't have 7th level spell slots.
Rose will throw him whatever. he
And
needs.
I also have the key.
You also have to what?
I have the key.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
Ken
then
has the
give me
key.
the key. You're busy tonight. Give me that.
Well, fine.
Oh
Just give it back to him.
No promises.
Once
Goodbye, Ken. Have fun.
once it is opened, hand him that key back. We are not losing the
He's-
key a second time around.
I'm not going anywhere.
Doesn't matter. Give it back to him.
That wasn't Oni. That was me. Ken has exploded with items. Rose has disappeared with me. Give it to somebody who is for sure saying. Give it to Aerith.
He
Give it-
died and refused to come back. I think I am the most trustworthy at this point.
First of all, I did
Just
die,
give it
and
to
all
Oni
of
or
my
me.
stuff stayed with everybody else.
You guys, and you two aren't even part of the original team.
You're interns.
I'm keeping the key and I won't go anywhere. Or if I
Likely
do, I
story.
promise to give it
If
back.
anything, it makes more sense to give it to the non-casters because then they can't go anywhere. They literally can't leave without him.
This isn't a DM call. This is a party decision. You now have reached out, and between Aerith and Rose have managed to open the door, and now Rose is twirling the key around on their finger while you all have this conversation. So
Yep.
you can make-
And then they at that point will walk into the mansion with
I
the
was
key.
gonna say, could I sleight of hands just grab
Nope. Walking away.
He can still
Dude,
try and
are
grab
you
it.
quicker than
Grab it. Yeah, are you quicker than me
your
though?
ninja boy?
Make an athletics check against Rose's acrobatics, or you can use athletics if you want, Rose. But it's a grapple check.
It's a grapple check. I thought I was just like quickly steal it out of her hand when she's not paying attention.
I'm paying attention. We
She's
are
not
talking
paying-
about it
if you're not
currently.
paying attention, yeah. It is definitely a grapple check.
Can I also use acrobatics?
No. I'm sorry.
I
That was a
don't.
really
I
good
can't do
roll.
it. I can't even do it then.
You snatch out, and they twist their hand out of the way, and the key just sort of spins. They grab it, and they whistle and walk into the mansion.
And I will immediately
Yeah.
put it in my bag so that no one can take it off me.
Okay.
Even with a nat 20, I'd
Mine
go
now.
maybe a 22.
I know. There's a chance. I didn't realize Rose had a 13 to
I
acrobatics,
sure
but
do.
It's always so weird
I
to
don't
think
think I'll get
about
a
the
nat
fact
20,
that
but sure,
like
roll
it's
going.
automatically in athletics and not like
Yep.
when you're trying to be quick and not trying to like hold someone. It
them.
feels so weird that you have to use
Yeah.
athletics.
that's the grapple.
I mean, you could steal it out of her bag, can't I?
If you can get to the
A sleight of
the
hand.
holding? Yeah.
Let's just
Sure.
That'd be funny. You know what? I'll try that later.
It's not.
If you when you
It's
think about
definitely
it,
not this serious. I was just joking, but
it
No, I
has
mean,
some
it's just
whispers.
funny as a joke too.
Because that could be real fun to do behind the scenes.
yeah.
If anything, he's still got to give it back.
and he
to
did.
Ken, like,
He just
hey.
got. He just got disclosed the thievery that he probably
Exactly.
wants.
That's why I want to use it.
Yeah. Ken will just shake his head, just like that, not disappointed older sibling look, but it's like I'm not gonna. I give up.
This is the start of that prank war where everybody has the water guns and each person has one target. Everybody's just trying to figure out how to get the key now.
I'll steal it later.
You're gonna walk into the mansion and every room's gonna be Home Alone trapped by someone else. Everybody's just trying to prank each other.
Oh, what's the spell that turns the entire building into like a trap house? Just some
I-
halls and
Yes,
something.
Halls
traps and
and
something.
doors and hallway.
Doors and hall. Yeah.
We need that, absolutely. We fucking
Right.
need that spell, 100%.
Nick has it.
Yeah.
If you want Nick to trap and make it hard on everyone.
We need to get him to, when he gets his tower built, turn his entire tower into one giant trap house.
It's just a big Rube
Yeah.
Goldberg machine. Oh my god. Alright. So as you guys break
You
into
could
the
totally do that as a wizard. Just make like a house and turn it into an escape room as a wizard.
Yeah.
As an entertainment for the normal people. Like, yeah, 1 gold piece and you're gonna have fun in the hidden mansion. Ooh.
At least, not even at least
Probably
one, tons
not
of
a-
wizards have probably set up that murder hotel room setup that what's his name did back in the day, right? Like if they've got that kind of magic, they
I know
just
who
make
you're
it look
talking
like
about.
they make it seem like it's just going to be a fun, make it seem like it's a fun little attraction, but it's really a way to kill people.
Yup. They just
Now
disappear.
you made it dark. I was being fun about.
and then we probably wouldn't charge normal people gold. Our money sense is a little skewed in comparison to normal.
Well, it
people.
would be like a copper piece or
maybe
or three.
maybe like
One
a copper or
copper.
two.
Yeah, but that'd be like a side business we can have. We could just have a house. We enchant it with a bunch of goofy things. It's like, come to the haunted house. Ooh, only 3 coppers. Can you make it through?
That would
Damn,
be
Aerith should have bought that creepy doll then.
Oh god.
Yeah, no.
Oh man. when you asked me about that, I was like, all right, what are the weird? Oh, talking doll. Oh, I don't like
Oh
it.
no.
I am really glad when Aerith was like, "Oh, not one of those porcelain ones, right?" And you were like, "No, no, no." I was like, "Oh, thank God, that's fucking creepy."
I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's like the girl with red hair, and she's got
Oh,
like
Raggedy
the big
Ann.
Raggedy Ann dolls. Thank you. That's what it is. It's a Raggedy Ann doll.
Ah,
Yeah, those are definitely still creepy, but
yeah, I was
less
about to say
so
that.
than porcelain dolls.
Annabelle.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's not.
God.
Yeah, that's not less creepy.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Definitely not something I want to be involved with. But
No.
if we were making a spooky haunted house attraction, right on the money.
Yep.
That's what we do after we're done adventuring. We just do little haunted houses and escape rooms.
I
Become an
got.
entertainment venue.
Yeah,
Yep.
I got plans in mind.
You have a son to raise. He's gonna end up. He's got to end up underground with a few other chuckle fucks. One of them is a vampire.
Yeah. Well, I have. Well, I have.
2 kids,
A
technically.
son, yeah. Yeah. I have a son and a daughter.
Well, your son can end up underground with those shuckle fucks, and your daughter can get into the haunted house business.
She already dealt with a weird puppy
It
That is true.
child thing.
did.
Yeah.
Canonically, it happened.
I'm waiting for
So-
Nita to show up.
Just because I'm doing my outro here, and then we can call it since we just hit our 4-hour mark, and we'll just get to Mechanus next week. Fine, that's fine. Because you guys might need to do something overnight or tomorrow before we leave here. Unless you're all absolutely sure that you don't want to, and then I can just fast forward an extra morning and day. I'm not trying to take the time away from you, but
I literally just wanted to give Ken a night with Mia.
I think the
very
only
nice.
thing I need to do is
Yeah.
make the pellets and then steal the key from Rose.
okay.
Nope.
All right. Well, let's save that for next game then. We'll start with shenanigans and downtime in Mechanus, and then we'll get to Acheron next week. Head through that golden door. You guys can finally learn what's on the other side.
I think the best
closet.
part of all of this is Ken's keen mind, so he remembers every single one of these fucking Modron's names
Yeah.
perfectly. So
You
now
don't
he's
have a
just got like,
choice.
yeah, he's just got like, how many did you say? Like 80 something,
Yeah,
70 something?
Yeah.
Just a bunch of random words and numbers, and you just have that committed to memory.
Yep.
Omega 81 was strange. He had no mouth, no eyes, and no ears. He communicated by tapping, and Mia had to interpret.
The gang's all here.
Oh, man. Fun times. All right. Let's pick up. I'm sitting here like, do I want to keep pushing? Do I want to make dinner?
Well, I don't know
Yeah.
if you wanted to get to
Yeah.
the point.
I
Like I didn't
okay.
have any reason to like fuck around or anything. The only thing I wanted to do for the night was I was gonna try to because like Dream doesn't work the way I want it to, but Rose is gonna try to get it to work that way by continuing to try to do it.
Okay. Who are you dreaming? And then roll me a charisma check.
Thorn,
Okay.
because Oni mentioned it.
Okay. Takashi, you have plenty of time this afternoon to finish your pellets, get everything made up. When are you going to attempt your maneuver?
Probably on the way to dinner. Like, I'll be waiting for her to look like she's about to go into the room, then I'll also, like, run into her at the same time, so we'll both, like, enter the
Okay.
dining room at the same time, and I'll just grab it then.
Okay.
Rose will not get anywhere near you since you said that you were gonna try to steal it.
You were no, because you
We're
went
not gonna
in.
bump
Open
into
the door.
each
You
other.
didn't hear. You didn't hear.
You did
Go to the
go
door.
through the door. It is a magic shimmering doorway.
I still do not trust you.
Let's do this then.
I'm a trustworthy guy. What do you mean?
Roll me
Absolutely
a
not.
stealth, Takashi.
So that means she has disadvantage.
I know.
This this has that meme of those two guys. They're like, he was a great guy. What about the murders? What?
What murders? No, I rolled so bad.
Roll me perception at disadvantage, Rose, as you spend your afternoon here within the manor. What do you do in the afternoon? Just quickly. Like, how does Rose spend their downtime? Just like, are you reading? Are you fixing up your equipment? Are you taking a nap? What are you doing?
I don't know. They're just hanging out.
Okay. As you are in one of the more common areas of the mansion, beat up on an ottoman, sitting in the chair, just kind of staring into the fire. Oh my god. Roll 20, please.
Alright, now Aerith, you have to steal it from Takashi if he actually steals it from Rose.
You're funny.
You hear
if
the
you
door
die.
open, close just a little bit, and look over your shoulder, and you kind of look around. You don't see anyone here. And you just sit back down in your chair. You go back to thinking probably about what Oni said. You think about Ken. You think about everything that's been happening right now. Can you roll me? Actually, let me see something here. You have a. You feel a tug, a pressure at your waist, right where your bag of holding is, and you kind of snap over quickly to look and see a hand slunk around from behind the seat and appears to be trying to get inside your bag of holding.
I was about to whisper, can I use my inspiration?
Oh no!
No, because then I will use mine.
Well, I mean, that's fair. If you both want to try
Alright,
it,
you know what?
for it.
Let's do it.
Rollies.
That is,
Can can I use the 27?
well, no, because you had that first one was a disadvantage, right?
Wouldn't an
No,
Hey,
no,
you
it
still have
wasn't
disadvantage.
reroll?
Would have been well, the first one that check actually wasn't a disadvantage because it wasn't against your stealth check. That was against your sleight of hand.
It's against any perception.
Oh, okay, then it still would have been a disadvantage. So unfortunately, I will need another roll. But it's just the one roll is inspiration.
Still have to do it at disadvantage.
No.
No,
Just
it's
a
be
straight
flat.
It's just
Flat
just a
roll.
reroll. Yeah.
All right.
I know.
I feel like this isn't fair, but
Jesus Christ.
To be fair, I wasted an inspiration for
You did.
this.
But not just one, both of you guys.
Yeah, so did I.
Inspiration on the prank.
You did. But
You
at
have
the
to
same
remember, I
time-
have proficiency, expertise, and I have an item.
Yeah.
Two
He's
items
built
that are
to
buffing me
do
for
this. I'm not going to say that you can't notice it's gone later. Check for it and find that it's gone and know what's going on. But in this moment, roll me one more stealth check, Takashi.
I was gonna give it back the next day. I was gonna give it back to Ken.
You
I
hear
don't-
that click.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too. You hear the click behind you, and a little bit of rustling. You turn your head around, and you swear you see the door close again. But you didn't hear anybody or feel anything. Just the sounds of the fire crackling in the fireplace. What would you like to do?
I feel like the only things I can do would be meta, so I just wouldn't do anything.
That's fair. Anybody else have anything? I know, Aerith, you were reading, so you could probably knock, let's just say, another 8 hours off. You read
Sweet.
through the rest of the day. Ken, you and Mia spend a lovely day here in Mechanus. There's not a lot to do here. It's really only this one kind of location. The rest of the plane is complicated, as Mia will explain. A shifting land of gears that link together and break apart, and if you don't quite know where you're going, it's very easy to get lost. She'll show you some of the closer areas, but eventually you head back to her tower. Is there anything you had in mind for the day?
Nope.
Okay.
Not really. Just spending time with her and eventually heading back to the mansion.
Well, are you going to sleep in the mansion, or are you going to stay with her?
Oh,
Yeah,
no. Yeah, stay with her.
Rose was trying to wing Rose get the tower empty so that you and Mia could spend some alone time.
Yep.
Yeah, okay,
Get the
yeah.
roommates out.
Yeah.
Ken and Mia are not allowed in the door. They were not allowed.
You specifically barred. No entry.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh. So as Rose opened the door, then you saw as they turned the key in the air, there was a almost imperceptible flash of magic, but then nothing. They then stepped through an empty space and into the mansion, but you can see no door because it's invisible to anyone.
Damn.
Son of a...
It
Stern
will all make sense in time. You'll understand.
nod and give you a thumbs up, and then head into the mansion to spend the night in there. And Mia brings you in for a quiet, romantic dinner. You're served food from the Modrons, and she even gets a handful of them to put on a very, I say one note just because they have monotone voices, but it's like a play. Like she's been teaching them how to perform like the circus you guys had seen in the Feywild, and so she has them put on like a little show to help entertain and just give her something to watch while she cuddles up against your arm. And eventually, as the day kind of winds down, there isn't necessarily a sun here aside from the big burning star of magic, but feel that weariness, and she leads you back into the room with a very eager look in her eye. We fade to black on Ken and Mia. Oni, what are you up to? I know Takashi's making his pellets and stealing from Rose.
Only's probably just probably checking in with the Modrons a little bit, trying to get an idea of how they function, like what exactly they do, that sort of deal.
Okay.
Kind of how he always does with different societies, you know?
Yeah.
Try to get an idea and a better understanding.
Roll me insight. Okay. You've heard of Mechanus. You've read quite a bit about the Outer Planes, the realms of the gods where they hold sway, and you've read about the Modrons that serve the... Let's see, make sure I'm getting this correct. Yeah, the like lawful, not good, not evil. That lawful neutral, just uphold the rules. And the thing that strikes you the most about the Modrons is how chaotic they are, considering that they are creatures of lawfulness. They are, no two are the same. Some have multiple appendages. Other ones crawled along the ground with like almost threads. There are bug-like Modrons and flying Modrons and ones that like plunk around where it's just like as it's like two orbs around with like a bar down the middle, but they all speak and seem to have some intelligence. It's almost connected together, and you assume that they're almost like ants, like a colony. They communicate in an unspoken way. The way they move is very organic. And take your notes, expanding upon your understanding of the multiverse. The night comes, you each find rest. No dreams, because I'm trying to get us to the next narrative beat.
What about the attempted dream with Thorn?
Ah,
Yeah,
the
I
attempted
don't think it
dream with
worked.
Thorn. Yeah.
Rolled shit.
As you think about him, your heart kind of aches. You only just left them today, but seeing Ken and Mia together, now laying in this empty bed within the mansion by yourself, you think about him. You fall asleep. And for a moment, you think it worked. You find yourself in that empty glade. Thorn is there by your side, but you can't understand what he's saying. It's kind of backwards or muddied. You attempt to make sense of it, to cast magic, but it doesn't really make sense to you either, and you realize that this must just be a dream. Taz joins the two of you, and it's almost like a played out memory from your days years ago when it was just the three of you and you're trying to figure out what to do given your exodus from the material plane. You wake about an hour or two into the night, a tear on your cheek, an ache in your heart. Curl back into bed. Anything you do at this last moment?
No.
You fall back asleep. Everybody awakens the next day. It gathers in the mess hall here within the mansion. Yeah, within the mansion. And is served to breakfast. Mia and Ken have a approximation of chocolate chip waffles or chocolate chip pancakes. It's close. The flavor's right. There's something weird about the texture. It's almost a little too chewy. Whether or not you say that is entirely up to you. Okay. Before you all head out of the mansion, did you guys want to do your morning trainings as well?
Actually, yes.
Do I want to? Yes. Do I think I'll roll well? No.
Yeah, that's the.
Ring of Puzzler's wit.
I wish I had a ring of charisma's wit.
Okay. 23. Let me get to my table.
Yep, there it is.
It
I feel like legitimately I will get this done after Oni is out of the party.
It's been so
Proud.
unfortunate.
Yeah.
So
I
many
don't
unfortunate-
think I've gotten more than 2d6 at a
Oh my
time.
fucking.
And even then I think it's been like maybe twice that I've done that. This blind fighting is just Oni's bane, bro.
He's almost too perceptive. There's too many inputs happening when he closes his eyes, and you find yourself reacting too quickly to some of the athletic skills that Takashi is attempting to hone, and the two of you,
Oh, I misrolled. That's supposed to be a 4.
yeah,
He's
the
actually
two of you
rolled
kind
Dex
of
with the strength.
throw
Aerith,
yourselves off a little bit.
buy that eye cloak real quick and blind me so that I can get better at not seeing, please.
So that is 1d6 for Ken, Takashi, and Oni, 4d6 for Aerith. And let's see.
Oh my god.
Oh, guys. Hey, I mean,
I
at
am
least it's
slightly over halfway, which I guess I should take as a win at this point.
Yeah, I'm finally over halfway.
I'm about a 4th.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Eventually. To be fair, we're already all super powerful, so do we really need it? Probably not.
Yes.
Nah,
But it'd be
thankfully, I
fun.
did it mainly for flavor, but
Yeah.
it's so unfortunate. I have rolled so bad on all these trainings, dude.
Yeah, I think this one is also flavor for me as well. But hey, free casting of Cure Wounds, and I think I get another like shield-like ability as well.
Hmm.
Instead of the training, I was gonna try to steal the key back from Takashi.
Okay. Okay. That's actually very interesting. Okay. Roll me sleight of hand.
Can I?
I need you and Kyle to both roll me d20s. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to unsettling words him.
That's fine.
But yeah.
Okay. But this for a different thing. I need you just to
Okay.
each roll me a d20 to DM.
I'm gonna hope, but I'm gonna pray.
I don't
'Cause
remember
I know
how to roll
why.
lots of DM.
Oh, that didn't work. Well,
That
shit.
didn't work.
Yeah, and I don't remember how to do it.
/GR.
Yeah. Well, shit.
Just like, should I just do it out in the open now? But
If
Sure,
you
Go
It's
for
up to
it.
you.
alright.
My plan is in shambles.
yeah. Also, just a heads up, if you ever want to, you don't want to type it. There's a toggle in the little dice clicker.
No, I
Mhm.
hit the toggle.
To GM rolling. Oh, okay.
Heck yeah,
That's
I
good
didn't
to
know
know.
that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Then
that's okay. I'm just blind. I missed. Okay. I clicked it, but I missed it just by like a hair. Unless you get
Oh.
a nat 1 or a 2. My
Oh,
plan is in
shit.
shambles.
Okay, so that's actually really good. I'm basically got 5 like uses of shield essentially for
Hell yeah,
free.
dude.
Hell yeah.
Now we
Because
just need to get you into the melee more.
yeah,
Get you
grants
right in their face.
Yeah. When you or another creature you can see within 5 feet of you is hit by an attack roll, you can use your reaction to manifest spectral rings from your bat for a moment. You grant a bonus to the target's AC equal to your proficiency bonus against their attack roll. You can use this reaction a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. And
Oh,
regain
that's
all
better
uses,
than shield.
gain all uses on a long rest. Yeah, so our proficiency bonus is at 5.
Yeah, that and the fact that you can use it on someone else, that means it is immediately way better than shield.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
what's up?
I just Roger, I see. I got you.
Oh yeah, you saw. Okay, yeah. All right. So as you all wrap up your morning training, Takashi looks a little bit confused. Mia has been sitting with Ken while you meditated whole time, but with her presence there, the smell of her hair, you could still kind of taste her skin, and it's a bit distracting.
Just a little bit. Just a
Yeah,
little bit.
you probably use your training time in a different way this morning.
Yeah. Yeah, probably.
But Ken hurries out of the short tower, the cottage, his hair kind of mussed up a bit as he's running his hands through it to get it to straighten out into the spiky way that he has it normally. You all stand outside the mansion and await his arrival. Mia comes out behind. Stir and Nick stand there with you. Right. Well, I suppose you have your magic today. Looking at
Mhm.
Rose.
All good to go. You sure you didn't want to
Once-
hang out,
sorry.
have breakfast?
We had breakfast already.
Second breakfast.
We'll be all right.
Why do you sound so eager to leave?
Right? Trying to give you as much time as possible.
And I appreciate that, but we also have a job to do.
Is it one of the Modrons? Did one of them rub you the wrong way?
Too many of them. Too monotone. They're a little creepy. Not gonna lie.
I think they're neat. Especially that one over there, and Oni points to the one that's like two orbs in a bar connecting.
All right, back.
What's his name, Ken? I know you remember all of them.
Wait, who? What? Huh, what? What I miss?
We were talking about the Modrons, and Oni says like his favorite is the one that's two orbs connected by the bar, and he pointed at it. And Rose was like, "What's his name, Ken?"
His name is S020.
Yep, that's S020.
Dunk. 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 It kotonks in one way, and you see as one of the balls opens, and it's actually the eye, and the other one, like this mouth kind of opens, and hello, I am S020.
He's the coolest.
But no, if you've said your goodbyes, if you're sure.
Yeah, we had a. I better not say that. We had an eventful morning.
Uh-huh.
We had enough time to talk and have enough time spent.
I don't know if enough is the right word, but I'm satisfied for right now.
I'm sure you are.
Giggity.
Okay. Everybody be safe, okay?
You got it.
Okay.
Safe as
Especially you.
possible.
She kind of hugs you very tightly. All right. Like I said, you have the fork. You can get home. You can come here to my home anytime.
Yes, I have the fork. It is somewhere very secure, very safe.
She just grins widely. Okay. Okay. I guess we'll let you guys. She kind of like steps back and then she leaps in one more time, and gives you one big hug, a big kiss. I love you, Ken. I'll see you soon. Okay.
I love you, Mia. We'll see. We'll see each other soon enough.
She squeezes tightly. Okay. All right. Come on, Nick. Come on, Stir. Let's give them some space. They back away. Good luck, everybody. If you have any need of us, please do not hesitate to call. And look, points out. You see as the engine of magic with the regulator spins around, those two streams of light twisting, creating like that thread around it. We make progress.
It's good. It's still kind of creepy and ominous.
Hey, you think it's creepy and ominous? I think it's beautiful.
Kind of. I mean, it's a giant, weird star floating in the sky. You know, holding the threads of magic together as we know it.
That star was the first thing in our universe.
That's creepy though.
Yeah, it doesn't make it less like.
It's like saying Cthulhu was the first being ever
Yeah.
made. It's like he's a creepy motherfucker.
He is a creepy motherfucker. Fortunately, he's outside the multiverse.
He exists.
You didn't hear anything from me. Goodbye, everybody.
Oh boy.
Turns around,
Okay.
heads back to the tower.
Cool. All
I
right.
thought he was just
uh,
jokes that were made in the story.
Like,
Maybe
out of
he
character, isn't that basically Great Old One warlocks?
Yeah, that's the
Oh,
group.
Pretty
yeah.
much.
Yes,
Yeah.
pretty much.
Yep, they live beyond the abyss, at the borders beyond the abyss.
Don't want to run into them.
Yeah.
Okay, now, so that I can narrate where I wanted to leave us off. Do you have anything else we wanted to do between here and the Golden Door?
Nope.
Nah.
I just need to know what
No.
I'm using to plane shift with because I don't have anything.
I got the metal chunk that was once in my head.
Takashi hands you the shard of metal that you recognize as being formerly lodged in his head, no longer lodged in his head. Maybe that's why he's not so angry anymore. You don't
Also
know.
a bit creepy.
You hold it in your hand and begin to cast your plane shift spell. You feel the magic resonate within the shard of metal in your hand, and it kind of burns gently, hotter than the tuning fork that you had used, but not enough to cause you any damage or pain. The bubble of reality manifests itself, and you feel as everything gets pressed up against that edge, shatters, reconnects, and you find yourselves in the Central Park of Acheron City.
Oh yeah. How's that
Doing this.
rocky patch? Is it okay? Is it still
Question.
same size?
Rose kind of like leans over, just, oh god, all this plane shifting recently.
You look, Oni, same size. Doesn't appear to have grown. Rose isn't invisible or hiccuping out bubbles. They don't appear to be teleporting anywhere. Seems like it was... Actually, hold on.
That's a different thing.
You'd actually... It kind of... They look healthier. Until your next short or long rest, you have 5 temporary hit points, Rose.
Hey.
Alright, that's good. Only was feeling a little worried about the fact that Rose and Mia both had that, and he felt kind of bad that we didn't have anybody else to kind of share that burden. So the fact that it didn't spread is good.
This time.
This time.
Don't
Just
like
keep
the this
getting
time.
lucky.
Could have lived
All we
without
gotta
the this time.
Keep getting lucky. That's all we need.
Uh-huh.
And who knows? Maybe if you get enough of it, you get an AC increase.
Yeah.
It
Maybe.
just
Or you
becomes
turn
a
into
thing,
sun.
right?
Sure.
I mean,
Into the thing.
it's clobbering time.
No.
You all make your way back across the city, down the busy thoroughfares that are lined with the perfectly flat cobblestones and populated by these strange horseless carriages that put their way down these pathways to the various buildings and houses that you walk past. These huge metal structures that stretch 50, 100 feet into the sky above you of glass and steel. You walk past it all, looking up at the sun and the 2 moons as they all hang in the sky above this one small city. You head into the large temple at the northeastern portion of the city that is dedicated to Helm, and speak with the attendant there that Takashi had been working with, who welcomes him back after being gone for a week and a half and leads you back down to the small study that you had originally followed your quarry to. And as you head over to the bookshelf and open it, it reveals the lower floors. You head down the long stairway, down and down into the underground of the city itself, before it opens into that strange room with the kind of interlocking concentric circles on the wall and the 3 blocks of text. And the Zareth steps forward and looks over at it and walks over and moves the stones in the pattern that he had originally deciphered. The last one clicks in, and the very middle of the wall begins to unfurl in a golden, shimmering light. You guys look to each other, the 5 of you here within this small, well, I guess it's not small, it's like 40-foot wide room. This underground chamber lit by arcane torches and now heavily illuminated by the glowing golden door. What do you do?
Alright, guys. There's no telling what we're gonna find once we cross this
Yeah.
threshold, but
You sure
You
this
know.
isn't gonna like kill us or something?
Again?
Shouldn't. It's celestial, right? Celestials aren't gonna just kill us.
Ah, I didn't mean to send that. I meant to search. Go ahead, sorry.
Well, regardless, we should just keep our heads on a swivel. Look out for each other, like we usually do, and we should be fine. What's a trip into a yet another new plane, right?
Okay.
Yet
wanna go first?
Another.
I'll go first. And I
We're
did
working
ask
on
you
our
guys
bingo
here.
card.
Yeah. We gotta get to
See
all the.
every plane in the multiverse.
So who's going first?
Yeah, I'll go first.
Takashi has.
I guess
God, I forgot.
I'll start moving next.
As Takashi steps forward, his foot passes over that threshold, and it's almost like the wall is made of liquid gold. As he steps through, these ripples out and across, and he vanishes. Ken, you follow?
Yep.
Okay. You step through. Does anybody stay?
No.
Rose
Um,
stays just long enough to send Ken a message and make sure he's still alive.
Okay. So as you each individually step through, do you use message or sending?
Sending.
Okay. You construct a short message. Were you the last one through?
Yeah,
Okay.
probably.
So
Unless Oni stayed for
unless
some
Oni or
reason.
Aerith, did either of you stay? I heard a whoop.
No, I would have walked through.
What about you, Oni?
Only probably stayed because he likes to bring up the rear to make sure the slightly squishiers aren't like at the very back.
You are still alive, Ken. As you emerge on the other side, Rose's voice eventually reaches your mind.
Did I have to roll for it?
No.
No. So it's not a different plane in existence?
Hmm?
Okay.
Okay.
Neat. Alright, Oni, he's still alive. I guess we should go in then.
That's promising.
Not terrible right off the bat, so. Alright.
The two of you follow in, your footfalls having that same effect, like walking through an opaque pool of water. Just a ripple of the impact across the event horizon. And as you step over, there's a feeling like a rush, like being picked up and hurled at an impossible speed, but with no danger to yourself. And as your foot lands on the other side of what you would perceive to be that golden wall, you find a luxurious, brilliant palace. This central atrium, like an entryway, with a massive 50-foot wide hanging chandelier with these crystals that dangle off and give light out in every direction, in every color imaginable. The air is thick but sweet and has a fresh feeling to it, and each breath seems to invigorate you. The ground beneath your feet, the not ground, the beautiful tile floor that is intricately laid out with this massive mosaic of a battlefield, feels so real. As you stepped through, Takashi, you were the first one into this space, and you entered alone. It was quiet, nothing And then you heard as Ken stepped in behind you, his boots hitting the tiles. Aerith followed the soft footfalls, but the three of you, making no noise, kind of just took in this beautiful palace atrium in awe. You hear Rose's sending, and Ken sends his reply, then the steps of Rose and Oni. And as you all step into the middle of this space, a single golden light spins down from above before expanding into a 10-foot tall humanoid creature with massive white wings, golden skin, and eyes that shine with pure white light. Welcome, wanderers of starlight, to the watchtower of Acheron. Lord Helm has been expecting you. This way. He turns and begins to make towards a door at the back.
I hate this.
Lord Helm.
What do you have against Celestials?
I don't like gods in general.
It's celestial. Oni says, "What's the worst that could happen?"
As you
A
say
lot.
that, almost like tempting fate, Rose looks back to say a lot and notices that the golden wall behind you that you had just walked through is turning back to stone and tile.
Oh, fuck.
Just another Tuesday, right?
We go together.
Okay, you guys follow the Celestial?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. As you follow the Solar into the depths of the palace to meet with Lord Helm himself. That was where I wanted to get to tonight.
Yeah.
This can only go well.
I thought Helm was like, was it dead or that he was forbidden from leaving or something?
He's pretty much restricted to. He's under the same kind of ruling as Bahamut. It's
Gotcha.
a non-interference kind of thing, and it's much more of a like seriously, we mean no interference type situation. But
You've
now you're in-
overstepped one too many times. Knock it off.
Yep. But now you're in his neck of the woods.
I mean, to be fair, oh, sorry, this is like out of context, but Helm was the one god when all the other gods were knocked from heaven for pretty much using too much of their influence. He was the one god that was remained, and he guarded the entrance to Celestia to prevent the other gods from coming back until they redeemed themselves.
Until they stopped being buttholes.
I'm sure he's gonna love us then, huh?
Sure.
I mean, he's all about the
He's
law.
He's the vigilant. Yeah, he's the protector.
The
He's
law
a
is
solid guy.
That's why his realm is
the
called
law
the
is
Watchtower.
very inflexible.
I mean, he's neutral. He's not good or evil. So, he could be solid. And it could be like he thinks about
He's
in the
hoping.
spirit of the law. It could be the spirit of the
Uh-huh.
law. Have you
Yeah,
met Helm
sure.
yet? Do you know him personally?
Is this your pitch to get us into his pantheon, his worship? Do you know Helm? Have you met Helm yet?
Would you
I
Would
like
you
don't
let
to?
Helm? Would you let Helm into?
Would you like to meet Helm?
You want to meet him right now?
We're about to.
Like we have a choice.
I mean, he could teleport out.
I'm sure he's definitely gonna let us do that.
I mean, it's not like
Here,
He-
come talk to him. He's expecting you. Nope.
I'm sorry, I was not expecting you now. I was expecting you a fucking week ago. I'm busy.
I don't think he's a dick. I don't think that's
I
under his
hope
god.
not.
It's
I'm
under
sure
his
he's.
god description.
I'm sure he's a good dude.
Hell,
Hopefully.
5e.
The gods, yep. Known for
We're,
being cool
we're
and
probably
chill.
just gonna have to jump
El
through some
Matter's
hoops.
cool. You don't have a problem with El Matter.
I sure
So
do.
remember, I have
What's
I
wrong
have
with the matter?
tweaked our pantheon a little bit from the classic Forgotten Realms one, just a little bit, because there's some that like there's like 40 gods, and when
Yeah.
Earth came to me and went, "Hey, I want to play a dude who knows all the gods," I was like, I need to cut down some of these gods. I think I got our pantheon down to, let's see, oh god, any
And I think you sent out a list of like the good neutral and evil
38.
gods.
Yeah, 38, and that's pruning a good half of them. Some of the god stuff I'm making up as I go. Some of it I'm planning ahead. But I got.
Is that Cade suddenly saying maybe Helm's not as cool as we think he is? Or maybe he's even cooler.
He could be
Maybe
even
he's
cooler.
actually really
He's just like
cool.
lazing on a couch, like drinking beer, playing video games. Like, hey, how you guys doing?
Hey, you guys, you see the game? I had the game on this TV. I got it on that TV. Come on in. We got.
Like,
Hey,
Listen,
man,
they
you finally
told
showed up.
me
We're having a
I
party
couldn't
without
interfere.
you.
Look, I even got television from other planes of existence, other realities. We
every
got
channel.
the Steelers versus Ravens game over here. You want to watch that? Oh no.
No
I
interest
can't
in sports.
interfere, but that's why you guys are here. You are free to interfere. But here's what you do.
Yeah, he doesn't like uncontrolled violence or destruction. He's all about stability and protection. He seems like a chill guy.
Mhm. All of that does
Yeah.
track.
it's like
They could be
it's like
concerned.
Bruce and Rocket finding Thor in Endgame.
It took me a second to remember Fat Thor.
That'd be kind of funny.
Oh,
I mean, if he hasn't been able to like intervene, yeah, he might just be that. Just stuck here.
maybe.
Uh,
But what about Matter? It matters, cool guy. He's all about protecting the weak.
Yeah, he's helping the suffering.
right. At the
What's wrong
detriment
with
of
that
yourself.
Sometimes that's how it be.
Rose does not like any of the gods. Like, or any of the people who follow them.
You don't like Orius? But I thought you were friends.
They butted heads quite a bit.
Doesn't mean you can't. That doesn't mean you're not friends.
Yeah, no, but I mean, they are friends agnostic of your religious connotations, I suppose. Whenever you weren't being preachy.
He's just trying to be nice to everyone. He's like, we don't need to kill this guy. We can be friends.
He told Rose no a lot. Rose wasn't a big fan of that, at least.
Okay, so you don't like gods or you don't like authority, and gods are the ultimate authority.
Both? And also, yes.
Just respond, yeah.
Probably the best way to put it, yeah.
What if
That's
Rose
fair.
ran into a god that just told him yes to everything? Would they be down?
Maybe.
What if Rose became a god? What does that mean then? Because you hate on gods, but if you
Yeah.
become one,
I mean, they almost did, sort of. They almost became the Archfey, which are essentially gods.
and you didn't have a problem with that.
Seeker of
It's not that
Summer.
they- Yeah, it's not that they didn't have a problem with it, more or less than it seemed kind of required. And we were gonna get over that bridge when we got to it.
Fair enough.
All it took was half of your friends coming back and two people you didn't know to tell you you didn't
Telling
have
you
to do
don't.
that. Yeah. You
I
don't
got
have
this.
to be this thing if you don't want to.
The power of friendship. That should be a god. The god of friendship. You just chill with everyone.
Let's see. Because the Pantheon is quite expansive. There's some really weird domains, guys. Like Akkadi is the god of flying creatures.
Specifically.
Specifically, the air and flying creatures. Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm really glad you like narrowed down our stuff because whenever I was talking about doing Oni originally, and I started looking into like the type of gods in D&D setting,
So
good
many.
lord,
There's
they
a
have
lot.
Yeah.
so many, and so many have shifted around what they do and what they're about between different editions.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. That's why I had to just like when I went through, I just was like, it's like Shantae, the harvest, Miyaleki, the forests. You know, I had to just break it down to a simple domain.
Big
And
one. Yeah.
yeah, the one that you're talking about with family is probably Sune, the love, the goddess of love.
That makes sense.
She's more like similar to Aphrodite, though. Where she's just
True,
love and
and
beauty.
again, you got to remember in the classic D&D lore, there are a lot of gods of love, but in this case,
Whoops.
there's like freedom, joy, happiness, renewal. That there's like peace, but the only one that really represents love would be Sun.
Well, yeah, and different places have different pantheons too.
Yep.
In D&D, that's why there's so many.
It's so confusing. That's why I just was like, this is what we have, and there's just a handful of them broken up into their pantheons based off of the worship they get. And some of them, like Oral, isn't a particularly strong god. She doesn't have a lot of followers.
She also got murdered a little bit.
Yeah, temporarily. All gods come back. You just
Yeah.
dispersed her incarnation and made her go back to the
Take a
realm
nap
of
for a little
ice.
while.
Yep. Saved Icewind Dale.
Right. Go think about what you've done for a little bit.
You saved Icewind Dale from Oral. Who'd have
Yep.
thought? Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought they hated Oral?
That's not allowed. It is outlawed.
Oh no. But Oral's so much fun.
I'm having too much fun with the wordplay.
Oh no. But alright, well, once we resume next week, you guys can see what kind of a god Helm is in our incarnation in our story.
I'm so
And-
sure he'll be super chill.
Right?
I hope
Oh,
he's
yeah.
That'd be so funny.
I hope he's on our side and we're not about to
I
get
was about
like
to say, watch him
strong
not be
armed.
on our side.
Right. Brought us here to kill us.
I mean, I do have mild concerns because the last thing that Kate sent me, due to the plot hook of the door, I have mild concerns. But sure, it's fine.
Uh-huh.
Let me go
It's gonna
back
be
to the
Fat
hook.
Thor. It's Fat Thor.
Yeah. Right.
Because I'm looking for Kayla, which was the former leader of the
Yeah.
BID, who was apparently on the allies list,
From the cult.
and then from the cult, and then she was last seen
It's a
in
he.
this. Never mind. Oh,
Yeah.
my bad.
You good, you good.
He was last seen entering the temple, and we couldn't find him. And then I find the door. It's like, oh,
And you're leading us to our deaths.
so I'm worried that he's working for Helm, and that means Helm's working with the cult. But that's not gonna happen. It's just gonna be Fat Thor. He's gonna be friendly. He's gonna help
Sure.
us.
Mm-hmm.
Your
Or
enthusiasm
we get to
is-
kill a god.
Yeah. That should be easy peasy. Archfey, God, same thing.
Yeah, okay. I'm just rereading the plot hook to make sure that I'm remembering everything correctly, and I got it. I remember.
At least one of the guys. It sounded like Kayla, so it could have been
Yeah.
someone else.
So you, in your investigation, had found a woman that was relieved of her duties at the temple, having walked in on a private meeting with someone who sounded like Kalia. Like the description sounded like him.
Gotcha.
The others were wearing foreign attire. And then in investigating that, you met the priest Gavin, et cetera, et cetera. But we can, if you need clarifications on anything, we can. I was definitely expecting the big golden door to be like, let's go through it now. And so I kind of like started this like a month ago, and it took a bit to get there. Actually, more than that. God.
We got here eventually.
Eventually.
I sent Kyle this plot hook in August.
Yeah.
Oops.
But we're there, and I'm excited. I've been. It was always the dream, like like Tears of Play in D&D. You've got local area for the low ones, like what we're doing right now in our staircase game, where it's like we're not really doing much outside of the direct space around us. And then you go into like small regions where you start to be able to get horses, and you can pay
Like
for
Strahd.
horses. Yeah, like Strahd, where you're moving around a lot more, and you've got a few different locations that you fuck around with, and that's like levels 4 to 9. And then you get the like, okay, well, now we might go into another plane of existence, but we'll definitely have like an escort there and stuff like that. And that gets you up to like low teens. But once you hit 13 and plane shift is on the table, the story definitely takes this multiversal like path, and you get to interact with such cool things, like the very gods of the world you're in itself. And it's neat. I'm excited.
Just a random wizard who hit the high levels, just checking in on the guys, like, "Hey, how you doing?
I'm just making sure you okay.
Hey, bro, you
Good?
need anything?
Hey, man, the
You
world's been kind of fucky lately. You doing all right?
Need anything from the material?
I
I know
get
you
you a
can't
drink."
always get candy.
I hear chocolate's hard to get here. I can bring it to you.
Minor
That's
boo.
kinda- I do like the idea. I know you kind of jested about it, but a mailman who goes between different dimensions.
Hey,
Right?
if that's what Takashi wants to do with his life now.
He's not going to be a mailman. He's going to reestablish the bureau. But it would be
Well,
funny if there was a mailman.
You could do both. You could
Okay,
reestablish
you
the
know what?
bureau and
That's fair.
own it and be the like highest authority, and also run around while you're checking on the planes and stuff and deliver mail.
You guys are crazy.
Could do that.
All right.
I do
need
like
to
the idea of just one guy doing it, though.
just one person. It's just the one guy, but he looks like the runner guy with the bunny ears from Legend of
Yeah.
Zelda, where he's just got like the big. You got the booty shorts, and he's just running around all over the place. He's like, I got deliveries to make, and you just see him zoom off, and then as he plane shifts.
Or like the courier from Skyrim. He just always shows up when you aren't expecting. You turn around, he's there. He's like, "Hey, I got mail for you. Your name only."
Stop! Fuck! Where the fuck did you come from? Don't worry about it. Bye.
If they're tropes, it's possible because I love tropes. So,
Hell yeah.
all right, I gotta make some dinner. I'm really hungry, but that was great. I'm excited for the next arc, and thank you guys so much for joining me.
Yeah.
Who's ready for
Thank you.
Baldur's Gate crossplay?